All right, checking if this is live. It says it's live. I have never streamed anything off my PC. It's always been like a console-based. I literally had to like put in like, in case it crashes, we got a crash feed. I think we should be good. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? We're going to get going here. Just got to chill for a sec. We live. Hit the like button if you're tuning in. Sorry for the delay. I'm just texting my brother. My brother's in hospital again. And, of course, just classic. Wasn't texting all day, sleeping. Now, right now, as I was going live, is when he wanted to kind of chat, if you will. So I may be slightly distracted every now and again. Let me post the stream to our beloved X page to let everyone know live on YouTube. It's Dolphins franchise off-season. Come hang out. I'll put the link I got here, Dolphins off-season, and then reply with the link to the stream, because when you post direct links on YouTube, it messes up everything. All right, we got to get, got to pop this chat out. I need my, okay, pop the chat. Chat's been popped, and then I got to put my recording sumbitch over here, and then we're going to put the chat right here so I can see you guys. Okay. Oh, I think we're good. Thank you very much. Corey for the 2 positive vibes. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I've been very open with this, and, you know, I don't want to start this. This is exciting. First off-season stream on a high point, but you know, my brother is going through terminal cancer. He's been kind of in and out of the hospital, a couple weeks apart, similar things. So it's like he goes in. At least it's not different, something different. It's something that's manageable. You just have to have you have to have a procedure done. So it's Canadian medical. Everyone says Canada free healthcare, which yes, but like the wait times are brutal and things that should be like, a day, 2 days at the most, or like week long. So yeah, that's kind of been. I had a good upload streak going, and then yesterday I'm working on a Pitt Panthers college football 27 rebuild. That was supposed to come out yesterday, but first weekend of EPL soccer, Premier League soccer. So I went to the hospital and watched a couple games with him. That kind of messed up the upload schedule a little bit. But that's fine. But yeah, man, it's just been like we're dealing with that. And it's like, it's just black cloud. It's been a black cloud for August, I'll say. And it's needed this. I'm saying this assuming we're going to have a great time here tonight. Kind of needed this. Needed a good old hang sesh. Dolphins off season could not have fallen on a better night here to kind of close out the weekend. And hopefully we absolutely crush it. Patriot! SC Patriot with the 999. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate it. How you guys feeling about this offseason? How do you guys feel about free agency? Like, I've already seen some people in chat here. Like, I cracked the energy drink. That's how red I am. I didn't have an energy drink yet today. I was like, you know what? I'm going to take it at 9:30 p.m. But yeah, I appreciate everyone's reaching out for my brothers, and I'll say a cool story, I guess, just something so it's not always just negative. My brother loves video games. Obviously, he started this YouTube channel with me. If my brother never had any involvement in the YouTube channel, I probably would vaguely say I have like some family stuff going on. But there's still hundreds of people that have watched this channel going back to when we were Beast Mode TV, and it was me and my brother making content. He never really played Madden, but he would make back in the day. He did like modded videos for Minecraft. We did FPS games, FIFA. But anyways, he loves video games. His games, like, as of late, like the last 10 years, was Overwatch. Like, he went semi-pro in Overwatch, was like super, super duper about that. And my kid just randomly, like last week, got into Overwatch. He's like, I want to download Overwatch on my Xbox. So we just started playing. And my brother, because where his cancer is, he has like a spot on his hip So it makes it difficult for him to sit. Like, he's a better PC setup than I do. It just hurts for him to sit in the chair. It's super uncomfortable to, like, get into a gaming session as PC. Because, he was like Overwatch every day. 4 or 5 hours a day. As soon as you get home from work, Overwatch. Last, like, 4 months, he's just been in too much pain to play video games. I sent him my son, my 9-year-old today, got a play of the game. And I captured the video and I sent it to him. And he was like, man, when I get out of the hospital, I'm going to find a way to hop on and play Overwatch with my son. So his nephew for a couple hours. So like that's really cool. Me and my buddies have been trying to get my brother to come play video games, and it's just been like I'm too sore. We made a joke that's like, it's kind of a morbid joke, but we hit him with man, you gotta at least stay alive till GTA, like GTA Online. Like we used to play that game. So that's why, man, I know they're gonna drop GTA Online, like fucking, they're gonna do it like months after GTA drops, but it's kind of a funny joke. It'd be cool. All right, we got Swoosh with the $10. Gonna make the new OJ Pumpkin Long Snapper named after your brother inside it for life. Yeah, we could do something like that. Well, one thing that I want to do, like again, so GTA Online was like probably the game that like me and my brother played the most together. Obviously, going back to like the Xbox 360, and like we made a bunch of like new long-term friends from that. We want to like I don't know what this is going to be, because I know with you guys, I literally have no idea what I'm going to do as a channel when GTA comes out, because I think that's all I'm going to want to play, especially like the online, if it's hitting like crack. I'm going to let my brother is going to like, whatever the gang ends up being, like you can make like the main guy, like, basically build like the mafia, where you can have like your one leader, and then everyone joins up. I'm going to make him join up because, like, GTA, everyone's going to assume that the next GTA Online is going to be, 10 years probably. Like, that's going to be, like, everything connected for 10 years. So I thought it would be really cool for my brother to make the gang. And then, pending if it's just one of those things that, like, anybody that's playing GTA can join the gang, and you can have, like, hundreds of people. I'd love to open that up to you guys if you guys are going to be playing GTA and you want to join my brother's gang. Expedici. Dad's cancer from stage 4 to terminal. Dude, this is terrible vibes. We're going to get this with the next. I'm just starting to crack the energy drink. I'm getting ready to process losing out on every free agent that we want here. And we're starting with cancer vibes to start this stream. But just a little bit. We're going to give a couple more minutes for people to hop in before we start recording. Only thing I can say, man, is like, you just gotta make every little thing count. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my whole perspective on it. I think when the time comes, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not religious at all. I'm not anti-religious. I'm not one of those people that like, I'm not religious and I don't like people that are religious. It's just not for me, but I'm not religious at all. And like, anytime you look for coping mechanisms, it's always, for the most part, like, there's a lot of religious answers for stuff like that. And, like, that's my biggest worry is, like, when D-Day comes, because I'm not of faith, I really it's one of those, like, no idea, but I'll we'll see what happens when we get there. I'm drinking a Monster Chaotic Punch. Terrible. I'm pretty sure this is what gave me kidney stones. So I've definitely cut back. I'm going to chase it with I got a hydration Gatorade. We're going to crush it here. Okay, let me get my controller plugged in. I still have my keyboard and mouse because I was playing Overwatch and I need it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's right here. As always, fellas, this will be also recorded content. So if at any point something cool happens, or I say something that's like, oh, that's actually pretty informative, I may need to repeat it if I was not recording. Most of you guys know that that's kind of how I justify streaming, because it's like, oh, it's also going to be like, I don't have to work as much tomorrow because I have this recording to make into a video. Yeah, man. Do I drink C4s? I actually don't really like the taste of them. And I was actually worried for a little bit that they were going to try to sue me or something. Even though I'm pretty sure my first YouTube video was before they were a company. I'm almost certain it was. I'm not like copywritten or anything like that. But I think I have enough motion too that they could probably like, I would never be shocked if something gets reached out of like, cease and desist. We got so I think it's fitting that I ended the last time here because like I think that's why we got to talk about the OC and DC. I didn't hate the playbooks. I didn't love them. I didn't hate them. We are on obviously we took over the Dolphins. We had Jeff Hafley fired him, made Kimbo Montana, and we just ran, West Coast zone run. We actually have West Coast power run. I mean, there's literally no difference from a scheme standpoint, both 80%. And then Tampa 2 defense. I would say I like the Tampa 2 defense just because we did have the 3-3-5 sets. That was the way that I could get U.R. Bernard out there with Kenneth Grant and with Zach Seiler. So, like, I do feel like whatever playbook we move to, I think the more 3-3-5 is something that I want because we're not a good enough team to, like, I want U.R. Bernard to become a thing. I think there's a good chance that he does because he actually just plays pretty sick. But, Seiler's, unless we decide to trade him, Seiler's like one of our best players. Solid, played well too. Like we had a couple, like Jordan Brooks didn't do anything special for him being one of our highest rated players. Seiler did. Like I want Seiler, Grant, and Uar on the field at the same time. So I mean, I don't hate either one of these playbooks. I love the offensive playbook for how many mesh plays there was. That certainly helped. But I think the only way we don't entertain changing the playbooks would be to, the whole house rule thing. We are only going to hire, potentially do OCDC. We're talking about based upon, like, if we get a real one, where it's like, we could steal their playbook. We just hired the Eagles OC, or we just hired the Rams DC, or something like that. If it's all generic guys, and no OCDC have been fired yet, that's going to be, I don't know. I don't necessarily think I want to change these playbooks enough to just take a fake OC or DC. But I don't know. We will see. Mock draft file will be unavailable out of respect to Taylor. Just the other day, I only hate 3-4 because in our Jack State, I said that in our Jack State Dynasty, I only hate the 3-4 because I was recruiting edge rushers, and then we did like a lot of, even though we're in a 3-4, it was like a 3-4, 3-3-5 kind of deal. So it's like, all right, we got 3-4 defense, so I need edge rushers. But then when we go 3-3-5, the edge rushers I recruit were just never on the field. Like, they weren't getting snapped. I had like an elite dev guy, like Theodore was his name. And couldn't get, I was like, why the hell is this guy not coming on the field? It's like, oh, we're 3-4. And then we just, I don't know, it was stupid. All right, I'm going to record this. We are going live. Offseason. I try to get, usually I talk bullshit for 15 minutes. We are now going live for the video. What's going on, everybody? My name is C4. Welcome back to the channel. And today we are live on YouTube for the Madden 27 Dolphins franchise offseason. We saved you the best seat in the house as we are going to, I don't want to put any title in terms of a barometer, if you will, of success we're going to have in this offseason. Because if you watch any of my rebuilds, free agency, we've opened the broken controller fund, reopened it again, because free agency is so frustrating in Madden 27. I'm sure we're going to lose every one of our targets. I'm going to throw this thing through that wall back there. So I can't go into this the same time, and I'm going to expose something, like we're exposing the wrestling business, and we're going to break kayfabe here. Last year in the Raiders offseason, it was fun because we all knew about the dev trait glitch. So that's why we were always able to draft, maybe not necessarily the best players, but we're always able to somewhat consistently draft all high upside players. That doesn't exist anymore. So with free agency being 100% harder than what it was in Madden 26, and we never really built too crazily through free agency, but I'm not against it, especially with a team as bad as this Dolphins team. And then the draft for sure is going to be harder. I don't know, fellas. I went from any offseason stream in Madden 26, the utmost confidence that we as a community. That's why if you're watching this on YouTube, you got to join us live. I try my absolute best to make this Dolphins team our community's team in the offseason. We very much go off of influence of chat, unless we're kind of all in agreement to something. Like, there might be a little back and forth. We might have to throw a poll up. But when we are done here today, we are going to have the community's Dolphins franchise getting ready for year 2. So, that's a long way of saying I have no idea what we have in store. The difficulty in the offseason between Madden 26 and Madden 27 is so great that I went from every time in Madden 26 being, we're going to have a dominating offseason, to this year being, I hope it's good. So the first thing we need to talk about is the staff. We are rock and roll. I was just talking with Chad about this. Didn't hate it. I didn't grow to hate this when all was said and done. I didn't like it for the first week, but like eventually the passing offense had a lot of quarterback runs, so that benefited Malik Willis. Had a lot of mesh plays and short passes that I eventually found. The run game was pretty good. Not a lot of complaints about this Jeff Hafley playbook. And then our defense has been Tampa too, and I am not necessarily married to this defense, but with the breakout of Uar Bernard, and then with having Kenneth Grant being one of our high upside guys that needs to develop, needs to get playing time, and then Zach Seiler is the veteran that, yeah, he's probably in the discussion of should we trade him away while there's still value and he's coming off a big year. If we don't, he's one of our best players if we want to try to be somewhat competitive next year. So I think a defensive scheme that has a 3-3-5 formation, I'm looking like right now, this scheme has 36. That may be, I didn't do a head count yet, but there's a chance that might be the most 3-3-5 plays in all of Madden 27, which now then inherently makes Jeff Hafley's playbook one of the more valuable ones. So we start our off-season stream with staff shakeup. Do we want to fire our coaches? Do we want to hire some new ones? My issue comes in this. If there's realistic, I don't know what the exact number was, but there are real offensive and defensive coordinators for most teams in this game. If there's some real ones out there, I think I would definitely be interested in potentially hiring them. If it's all just like the generated guys, I'm leaning towards just keep with what we're got for another year and then wait for some real ones. Because there'll be some fun real ones. Some fun real offensive coordinators. Some fun real defensive coordinators. And much like last year, there'll be a couple head coaches that get fired. I just don't know this early on into our franchise mode how big of a pool of OCs and DCs there are. But the only way we can check out is we have to fire them. But kind of the one cheesy thing is if I fire Hampton and Uriah, they'll be available for us to rehire back if there is no OC or DC that we want to go get. So there we go, fellas. We're going to go take a little look at what we are doing for the OC. Expedici with the 100, brother. Let's go, dude. Appreciate it, man. Broken controller fun. Appreciates it. What an absolute legend. Thank you very much, man. We need you in here. We need you locked in. You got the vibes tonight. You're gonna find a way to will us to those top picks. We need Expedition to be like one of the great deciders if it comes to a toss up for a pick. But we're gonna fire these. Whoa, okay, we fired those. Let's see who's available. I have a feeling it's going to be all fit. Oh! It's Jeff Havley because we fired his ass. Ooh, Clint Coop. Ooh. Doug, we got real ones. Ooh, boys. We got real ones. Expedici, man, 100, man. You didn't need to do that, man. I appreciate it. I really do. If we have another bad season, the team needs to relocate. Well, there is a reason why I started this franchise mode on PC. Gives us a great opportunity, if you will, to experiment a little bit with this franchise. And anytime I have a chance to maybe give you guys something that looks a little bit different than other content creators, because I have some tools available on PC, I will always do that. So I actually don't know if the OCs and DC, sometimes they just put all the available ones together. Defensively, Pepe Lemieux. I'm going to tell you right now, I may have to hire the guy named Pepe Lemieux. I don't know if we'll have any real. We got Nick Rallis, so that would be Cardinals defense. Aaron Glenn, so that'd be Jets defense. Why does it tell me their scheme? Rob Leonard, Dan Quinn, got Dan Quinn, Brandon Staley, Chris O'Leary, Matt Burke. Ooh. I ain't mad at like Dan Quinn's my guy. Florida Gators, stand up. I'm not too familiar with these guys. I know Matt Burke was in Philly, but I don't know what playbook. Burke, O'Leary, Campanelli, got Brandon Staley. Where's he at? Rob Leonard. I'm going to go look real quick. Oop. Aaron Glenn is 4-3. No 3-3-5 in Aaron Glenn. Dan Quinn, he has 12 3-3-5 plays. Like that could work. At least he has some. I don't need 26. I'm going to find the best 3 to 5 plays and run those. So assuming Dan Quinn at least has a couple of those in his bag. Camp came up with the Finns. They passed him up. But like, what are the teams here? Like, so I can go look. Like Chicago. Is any of those guys Chicago? They got 21 plays that are 3-3-5. 45 for Arizona. So that would be that dude. I'm just going to say. We have Rallis, the Cardinals defensive coordinator. So that would be the Cardinals defensive playbook. 45 3-3-5 plays. Now, there may become a time that, like, do we want to commit this to a scheme that we may trade Seiler this offseason? But if not, like, eventually Seiler will be expendable. You guys want... I mean, Aaron Glenn doesn't have any 3-3-5. And, like, just how our roster is built right now, that needs to be heavily considered. Like, we actually have, with Halfley, one of the best... We could hire Halfley back and just keep his defense here. He was available. Dan Quinn, DC. I'm leaning... Okay, wait. Let's go double-check the offense again. I'm surprised. I've done enough rebuilds where I've looked at doing just something like this. It was a bad playbook, or I think there is one. So for offensive coordinator... Who's that guy? Andrew Giannacco. Let's. So I know Doug Nussmeier's Saints. So we have Saints, Raiders with Clint Kubiak, him being fired, obviously. Who the hell is Giannacco? Andrew Giannacco is the OC for the Raiders. So it's Raiders tied with it. Yeah, I don't know why they have Halfley as an OC. Nick Cali. Who's that guy? Nick Cali is the Texans. Definitely don't want that. We have Josh McDaniels. I don't know if I want that in the building. Do you guys think that... I don't know. Josh McDaniels. I don't... if we want it, we do have Detroit. Drew Petzing here is Lions. Josh McDaniels is kind of like the meme. So we have Lions, Patriots, Texans, Saints, Raiders for offense. If we like that, that's kind of what we're looking at. I think Kubiak would be cool. Obviously, just got recently fired, so as a head coach. But there is also value in understanding. Look at the abilities. He only has 7 abilities unlocked. I know he has a lot of name recognition. I don't know much about that playbook, to be honest with you. But, McDaniels only actually has 11. Knowing how I like to run the ball, I feel like Detroit's offense could be cool. I don't really like Josh McDaniels. I don't even like him within, the context of, we could have some maybe fun with Josh McDaniels. I mean, it's probably a good playbook, to be honest. I'm gonna look the big teams. Lions. I'll consider Josh McDaniels for this conversation. So we have Lions, Patriots, Raiders for the offense. What do they look like schematically? Man. So Detroit, power run, vertical passing scheme. So we need a strong arm quarterback, a power back, which we don't have, and we'll never have with Achane. But, I mean, that's not a problem. They get by with Jahmyr Gibbs. Deep threat wide receiver. You know me. I like that. Offensive line pass protector, all power pass protector. I do not hate that. I think in a perfect world, just knowing that Achane's going to be here, if that was a better scheme fit from a running back perspective, doesn't really matter. Not really, but you know what I'm saying? Just in terms of this is perfect. They would have, more of a liking to Jahmyr Gibbs, but I like that. New England is West Coast zone run, which with that, we get field general quarterback, and I'm indifferent to that. We're under the standing here that we're gonna get rid of Malik Willis at some point. Maybe not this offseason, but they have we got a perfect scheme fit there for Achane. Playmaker wide receiver is probably my second favorite. Possession tight end, agile on the offensive front. Agile can be annoying to draft. This more again don't have the hours, the reps in Madden 27 the way we had in Madden 26, but I felt like in Madden 26. Agile it felt like 2-to-1 power to agile linemen. And not saying that this is going to be an outright negative, but a lot of times when you can find the studly UDFA type linemen, right? The guys that are just bonker project player, dev trade, they're always 370 pounds. They're like memes. So you're never getting in my opinion, the steel lineman if you're trying to get a perfect scheme fit if you have agile there. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then what was Kubiak? What do we got for Kubiak? Don't be agile. It is West Coast zone run, which is agile again. So I'm thinking right now. Man, I wish I could hire Halfley as our DC. I think I'd do it. I'm thinking we go. I think Nick Rallis and the Arizona Cardinals have a better scheme. But I'm looking at Dan Quinn here. Man, he has usually good stats to him. Yeah, but I'm playing the games. It doesn't count for me being terrible. We have John Williams at the 499. Love Dolphin franchise. Waiting on that Arizona State rebuild. It's number 2. Up on my board right now. I have Pitt rebuild, which I've been working on for weeks. I just have only ever had an hour at a time to pick at it. Arizona State is in the top 3, on my list of next 3 college football rebuilds. So we will get them done, John Williams. Thank you very much. Sim stats don't really matter to me too much. And I think it's very obvious right now. Defensively, if we want that 3-3-5, I think we go with Dan Quinn. Let me just triple check, and then we'll get that. I think unless there's a late push, I'm thinking Dan Quinn. We got 12 3-3-5 plays, 21 4-3, 12 4-2-5. Primarily a lot of nickel. Ain't mad at that. We will need to know. They have 84 3-4 plays. Oh, I don't know about that. Thinking about my team, that's not really... I don't know, though. I think we could. I also say that's me not being the biggest fan of 3-4, but 3-4, if we go front three, Seiler, Uar, the same guys, front three from the 3-3-5, that may work out for us. And just in comparison, Arizona was the other one, and they have 66. So it's like, this is definitely, they only have 9 4-3 plays. Fuck it. We're going Dan Quinn. We're locking that in. I'm going to think a little bit more on the offensive coordinator. All right, fellas, we have looked at the candidates, and we're excited to announce our new defensive coordinator. Our first choice for defensive coordinator was, honestly, bringing back Jeff Hafley. I'm a big fan of at least the amount of plays that we have on the defensive side of the ball. There are 3-3-5 plays. I think those are slightly niche. And Jeff Hafley, I think, has the second most 3-3-5 plays in all of Madden 27. But for some reason, EA has this clear defensive coordinator only listed as an offensive coordinator. So we can't bring in Jeff Hafley. And it was a tight race. There was 2 defensive coordinators that were standing out to us. One was 3, I guess. One was Pepe Lemieux, just because Pepe Lemieux is his name. But for us, it was Nick Rallis of the Arizona Cardinals. That was more because the Cardinals had a plethora of 3-3-5 plays. Only had 9 plays in 4-3. I like a versatile defense. There's a couple big names. Aaron Glenn's out there. Brandon Staley. A couple guys. But it stood out to us at the end of the day. Dan Quinn. And I'm viewing this as former Florida Gator Dan Quinn. Former Falcon head coach Dan Quinn. He just nailed his interview. We as a community love what he brought to the table. He's going to be our new defensive coordinator. Offensively, I don't know, fellas. I think Kubiak's the fun name. I remember from the Saints review, I did not like the Saints playbook. I think this needs to be a guy, Petzing. Go with the inexperienced guy, or we go with the better scheme. I think it'd be funner for us. I think the biggest thing is while we're not treating it like my rebuilds, where I want to try to grow and develop everyone into a perfect scheme fit. I still think there's something to that. It just looks better, feels better, feels like the pieces have filled in better when we get scheme fits. I think we go Petzing. That's my. We'll do a vote. First poll. Next OC. I'm gonna put. What's it? Petzing. Lions. We can go. McDaniels. I hate you. Or we could go. Kubiak. Raiders. We will definitely check retirements. This is the whole offseason. The only thing I don't really want to do again is I felt like the end of the last Dolphins episode, I did like a nice, I don't know how long it was, like almost 10-minute, like we looked at all the stats, looked at all the league leaders and stuff like that. I don't really want to do that. Mark, how's my brother? Hanging in there, man. Still fighting. Stage 4 terminal cancer. Has an operation tomorrow. He's been in the hospital for about a week. And we're hoping he'll be home Tuesday. Thanks for... All right, almost 60% have voted for Petzing. That is what we're going to do. It's not even close. Thank you guys for listening. And then for the offensive coordinator position, we had another option to go with like the clear and obvious leader of the group. Has probably the best abilities. Josh McDaniels of the New England Patriots. We also had Doug Nussmeier of the New Orleans Saints. The two names that kind of came up to a poll. One is Clint Kubiak, former Raiders head coach. Brings that Seahawk exciting offense, right? And I'll tell you right now, initially in chat, especially if you're watching this back, you missed out on the stream, and you're like, how did you not hire? He had a lot of emotion. Until we actually went to go look at the scheme, and I think for us, the best scheme would come via Drew Petzing, who will bring with him the Detroit Lions offense. So we are proud to name him the first official OC in Dolphins series history. And there we go. Under at new head coach Kimbo Montana, we went with a relatively inexperienced offensive coordinator. We have the experienced, old, grizzled defensive coordinator. And now it's time for to start the offseason. Get to work. All right, let's add these schemes up. We are going to be going with, I already forget who we are. We got stuff before we started. Vertical power run. I'm not going to lie. If you just told me what is my favorite offense, like schematically in my head, I'm building a fantasy football team, but I had to pick. Like, say if you're doing fantasy and then you had to just, for whatever reason, pick your scheme, I might just pick vertical power run out of all of them. You know what I'm saying? I might play like I only run like a spread offense. Vertical power run's where it's at. And then defensively, we are going with Washington. There we go, Mr. Dan Quinn. 4-3 scheme. Which we're almost a 90% scheme fit for. Oh, wait, sorry. 4-6, my bad. 4-3, 77%, not bad. Power rusher, speed rusher, D tackle, scheme fit is nose tackle, which, again, much like the offensive line where I think it's power, I think defensively, obviously, the D tackle chief. But the thing that's weird, in my opinion, is like those crazy defensive tackles that have been popping up are almost always under 295 pounds, and they're almost always nose tackle scheme fits. It's kind of weird because they're like 290-pound D tackles that ran like a 4.7, but they're nose tackle. It's kind of weird. Field general Mike, pass coverage Will, man-to-man scheme. Weird that the safety's in zone, but okay. We're fine with that. We are fine with that. Sorry to hear about that, man. Flashy with you. I mean, hey, just fucking, it's terrible. What's up, Corey? Corey with an E. We all know my feelings of Corey's with E's, but thanks for coming to hang out, brother. Appreciate it. John with the 199. Prayers up for you, brother. Thank you very much. We're clanging and banging. What does it say? Quinn is a 3-4. Yeah, he is. But no. A 4-3 defensive scheme. But then also you can see he has 84 3-4 plays. Okay, we may need to revisit that. Jay Haynes with a 499. You play like me, SimD, hire the most experienced DC friends in Madden because I roleplay. I'm the offensive head coach and let him call defense. I roleplay that, and by roleplay, I mean I literally will break something. I role play not having to spend $80 on a new controller when I decide that I'm going to sim defense a little bit. C4, get a quarterback with mentor tech. Now that's something, dude, that I have not seen. I have not seen. I mean, I wouldn't. Let's see if we can find a quarterback that would have that. Jameis probably. There's no quarterback that has mentor. It definitely has to be Jameis Winston. I don't know if it's here in the game anymore. I think they removed it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not there. There's nothing in, like, the Persona DNA That's mentor XP boost. There's nothing in the traits, even if I wanted to add one, that would give the XP boost. I don't think that's a thing anymore. Which is kind of lame. I thought that was great. But I haven't seen it. It is in there. It's still in the game. Okay. We'll keep a look on that because I agree. I think for me, I saw enough. So all I needed to see a Quinn Ewers in the last free agency. Honestly, now last preseason. So with him being a 70 rated, we actually might be able to trade him for something. I could probably trade him believably for like a 6th round pick, 7th round pick. Okay, it's still there. Jacoby Brissett has it. Let me go see. I just want to see where I would find that out. That's kind of maybe more my point. I didn't really. It absolutely could be in the game. I just haven't seen a quarterback have it. Veteran presence. You think that is what it's classified as? It still shows up in the free agency list. Okay. That's one of those things that now in hindsight, does it work would be my point. Because I can't actively see it on a player card. So that, like, I would guess, honestly. Oh, there's right there, mentor. Okay, persona. Wait a minute. And does it explain? Let me see this. I gotta look at this. Mentor. Cares about, but does it say what it does? Like, do we just assume that's what it does? Okay. I'm going to assume then that if they kept it in game, they probably didn't like disconnect the XP earn rate from it. Okay, let's go next week. Oh my God, there we go. Uar Bernard. Okay, let's get some guys that we are not re-signing. Meyer will not be getting re-signed. Anderson will not be getting re-signed. We'll think about Boner. Bernard, we won't re-sign Sawyer. We got Baker. What? We're not going to RFA you. Chop Robinson. Franchise tag for Tutu Atwell. We're going to let him walk. And then we'll save the best here. What's up, Sleepless Psycho Fan? Been sick in here since the olden days with the Husky. Oh, man, the Huskies was a good time. I'm going to do our 100% 10-year deal. 10-year, $5 million deal. Reactor Brandon, it does increase the XP test. Okay, good. I would be honest. For as much negative we give to like, oh, EA, of course that wouldn't be working. The hindsight of that would be like, oh, they kind of removed Mentor. They didn't officially state anymore it earns XP or anything like that. There's no way they like recoded it, so it still would work. See, here about the 69-yard kick made by Butker. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I saw I'm not a baseball guy at all, but like last time I was interested in baseball highlights was like the Barry Bonds era, and people just said like it's now like the steroid baseball era for kickers in the NFL. I think that's kind of funny. Okay, staff shakeup is not coming. Right? We're still good, right? Yep. Okay. I'm keeping all these guys. Wait, whoa. Retirements. Retirements happen yet? Oh, yeah, they did. Okay. We'll do retirements, and then we will get into our contracts. All right, real quick, we had chat want to say, let's talk about some retirements. We got to see what happened, who left. And we have TJ Watt and Aaron Rodgers and Cam Hayward, a terrible offseason for the Steelers. I bet you they thought like, all right, Cam Hayward, Aaron Rodgers is going to happen. That seems kind of early for TJ Watt. Derrick Henry retires after 11 seasons. Trey Hendrickson retires. Jadeveon Clowney retires. Harrison Smith, who I thought was already retired, retires. AFC South, we have Sheldon Rankins, Daniil Hunter, the great Zach Ertz, Tony P retires. Eric Armstead, Grover Stewart, a couple big losses there for the Colts. For the AFC East, Kevin Byard, Nick Chubb, kind of lines up with real life. Demario Davis retires. You know what? Now going through it, Hall of Famers. How many Hall of Famers do we see? Get the chat going. I think TJ Watt, Hall of Famer. Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer. Cam Hayward, Hall of Famer. Derrick Henry, Hall of Famer. Clowney might make the college football Hall of Fame. AFC South. Does Daniil Hunter get in the Hall of Fame? Zach Ertz, I think, will eventually get in the Hall of Fame. That's probably it there. But Daniil Hunter, I think he could be one of those like weird ones, weird cases. Kevin Byard, I feel like without bringing up his stats, does he have enough picks? I feel like he's always been a guy that's got a lot of turnovers in his career. Like, could he be like a guy that's like a late eventual Hall of Famer? I'd lean probably not. Nick Chubb, I just don't think he played enough, but awesome career. Demario Davis could be a maybe. Kirk Cousins, Kelsey, Hall of Fame. Keenan Allen, Hall of Fame. Bobby Wagner, Hall of Fame. Khalil Mack, Hall of Fame, right? I think we'd agree on that. Calais Campbell, Hall of Fame. Alex Singleton might make like CFL Hall of Fame. Oh, Aaron Jones. Fan of the channel, Aaron Jones. Alvin Kamara retires. Hargrave, Kareem Hunt, Zeitler, Grady Jarrett. NFC South, Cameron Jordan. Ooh, that's another one. Cameron Jordan, Hall of Famer. We got Jake Matthews retires. That's another guy, like really longevity, like plus there for Matthews. He probably has, a couple, I don't know if he's ever been an All-Pro or not. NFC East, Jay Reeder, Pat Riker. Dak retires. Dak, a Hall of Famer. Hall of Fame stat patter. More like it. That actually would be an interesting one. I would say probably no on Dak, but maybe. Get Tank Lawrence here. Matt Stafford for sure is a Hall of Famer. Joe Mixon, Trent Williams for sure is a Hall of Famer. Juszczyk will probably make the Hall of Fame just because of all those, all the All-Pros and stuff like that. The lack of his position. There you go. A couple interesting Hall of Fame debate. Let me know in the comments. Answer some of these questions. Nick Folk, Hall of Fame. Way too many people retiring. I don't know, man. That's like one of those things where I don't hate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a fan of one of these teams, or like you play as like you did a Cowboys franchise and Dak retired, you did a Steelers franchise and TJ retired the first year, I would be probably pretty pissed. I ain't mad. Like, it's clearly like an RNG role. Okay, I don't know how much I can say, but like I've talked to developers type quips in my stream, but like I have talked to developers, and like it's like there's like an algorithm, there's like a equation that determines like who gets retired where. And I'm speaking my ass on this point, but like I would assume that would mean like if TJ Watt has like age check mark for retirement, this check mark for retirement, and like if his stats didn't hit a certain threshold, it's like, oh, he's regressing, let's have him retire. Actually, let's go. I wish I could see what he had last year. He might still be able. No, he probably still wouldn't show up here. Like, I wonder if TJ Watt had a down year, and that's why he retired. But I don't think he would show up. No, he won't. I feel like he did all right. I can't remember when I was looking through it, but I don't think we had any retirements. We're a young team. That's something that you get with the Dolphins, baby. Our team sucks, but we ain't old. Nobody, baby. Oh, we might be the only team that didn't have someone retire. We got to find that Derrick Henry regen. See, that will be something. If anyone played FIFA, you'll know what that's about. In FIFA, I'll just explain it in case you don't know soccer players. In FIFA career mode, when Derrick Henry would retire, there would be a guy that pops up, like it's generated in the game as like a prospect that's going to be the next Derrick Henry. You got to go find him. He could literally be like, playing in Cyprus, playing in, I don't know, like the worst league, like a Romanian league, that there would be like a 60 rated 17-year-old that's going to be the next Derrick Henry. His stats and ceiling will grow to be Derrick Henry. I think that's cool. That's always something that I've always loved about FIFA. I think that would be kind of cool. In a way, I think it also would get cheesy because then, if it'd be fun in like one-off, like if you do like a long-form franchise. But for rebuilds, I think that would become a little cheesy because then you just know. Like, I'm going to go, I need a running back this year. I'm going to go get John Smith, 250-pound Alabama running back. That guy looks pretty good, like when that would generate. All right. So what's the next thing? Okay, contract. There you go. I'm going to go live here. We're going to record this. We're keeping these guys. We finally have contracts. One is Ethan Boner. I think this is kind of like, he's actually looking for a bigger number than I thought. I was kind of like memeing this one. I'll hit you with a no trade clause, but I don't know, Boner. He was solid. But I know that, like, Riley Moss is set to be a free agent. And Riley Moss is way better than you. I think we're going to have a disgruntled. We're not going to get every. No, thank you. Now we have Daryl Baker. I like that this is a one-year deal. I want to reward players that play well. I always want to do that. So there's always a certain element, regardless of age profile, regardless of if you don't have 95 speed. If you play well, I want to keep you around, at least for a year. And Baker had the most picks in the conference. I think he had 4 interceptions on the year. And the fact that he's only looking for a one-year deal works out for me. Gives us 2 drafts. Like, he's one of those guys, he's productive enough that if he gets thrown out in the field, I ain't mad at it. I don't think I'm going to give him, I don't want to add any years. I want to keep this kind of as is. We're gonna walk you through the value here. Come on, we need 8%. Oh, come on. I'm going to reinforce this fit that no one else is going to give you the opportunity that we did. And Daryl Baker signs on. Look at our salary cap. $160 million. So we're not hurting. Chop Robinson. If the 50-year options weren't insane this year, there's no way the 50-year option is $32 million. So we're going to decline that option, and we're going to get ahead, and we're probably going to get him on a contract extension. Now, we do have enough salary cap that I could have picked that option up, and it wouldn't be insane. But Chop's one of those guys that if I wasn't rebuilding the Dolphins, and Chop Robinson hit the open market, I would almost certainly sign that guy, or at least try to sign him, because he has all the traits of an edge rusher that we like on this channel. Height, weight, speed, pass rusher, and he played well for us last year. So I'm leaning towards how Chop Robinson's first full year with us ended as, like, that's a guy I'm going to want to pay. And if that's kind of where I'm leaning, declining the 5th-year option so I can get him to a longer-term extension and hopefully start popping dev traits with him if we continue to find our groove as a pass rusher. I want to buy before he explodes in his draft stock. That's kind of where I'm at. And then we got Uar Bernard. This is the one that I was waiting for. 10-year deal. I don't want to scare him away. But you're not getting traded ever. Oh, crap. No! No! I knew that would mess up. God damn it. Franchise tag him. I can franchise tag him, right? Got to be able to. Where the hell's that at? God damn it. Franchise tag. Where are we at? We got to be able to franchise tag him. Last chance to re-sign. Yes, I've seen this. But give me, I can't interact with any of these fucking guys. Maybe it'll be next week at the prep. I think it is. Just one. No, a franchise tag. I want a franchise. God damn it. God damn. We're going to get Uar Bernard. There's no way anyone else is going to put a bid on him. I will get him back. If I miss out on him, I will trade. like a third round. Like if he gets signed by another team, I will say fuck it, and I'll trade a pick to get him back on our team. I'll eat the cost. That me being an idiot. I already, but it's one of those things. I don't know. 10-year deal. I don't want to overpay him for the next 10 seasons. Fuck. Oh, I fucked that up. God damn it. God damn it, man. Ooh, Bernard. Guy drives a hard bargain. All right. So, we're going to have to get Uar Bernard in the open market. I'm going to hope because he's low rated that there's not going to be a huge market for him. I'll just say this. Regardless, he will be on our team. I don't know what means I have to go to ensure that he will be on our team next year. We have Patrick Paul looking for a new contract. I think, ascending player. I have no problem keeping Patrick. So we'll go 8 and 21, and I'll hit you. I don't want to hit it with the no trade clause, but I'll guarantee 2 of those years. I don't know if I want to go another. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it feels like these Madden numbers are so much weirder than what they are in real life. Like, I feel like Patrick Paul would be $100 million contract. Probably 50 or 60 of that guaranteed. And it's like, okay, I'm getting you pretty low here. I'm going to publicly reaffirm commitment. Now, I will say, when I first played this game, I really liked this. Like, this whole thing. And I think the fact that your player's DNA, like, dictates how these conversations go, I think that's really cool. I think we are also seeing, like, the first iteration of this. And I'm going to hope and be optimistic this gets cooler throughout the years. All right, we'll go. I can add another year. I think 4 years is a good spot for him. Come on, man. This works. This works. Let's go. Patrick Paul signs. And while we're here, I do want to look at the breaking news. What do we got going around? Jamar Chase. New deal. Dexter Lawrence gets a new deal in bank. I mean, there's probably not many. These are going to be a lot of like just re-signings, not guys that we were hoping to hit the open market. Bills, Josh Allen, Khalil Shakir, Greg Rousseau, James Cook. I thought these deals already happened. Tristan Wirfs, Winfield, Brian Burns, Derek Brown. And we wonder why team salary caps, 3 years into a rebuild, are all over the place. Wow, Matt Burke is the head coach of the Raiders. Huh. Get another Miles Osborne type in the running back. I mean, there's a lot. I think we definitely set the blueprint of style of player. We have, I'm going to be honest. I can't remember the names of a lot of the players from our 2 series, our Raiders series and our Husky series, or our Yeti series. But we got some guys in both those series. The Raiders series, we found like a slot wide receiver that was incredible. We got like a 6'5" corner that we made like the best man cover corner ever. I'm hoping we get some studs here, fellas. Mahomes 7-year expense. Yeah, I know. Okay. Free agency pep, we're good. We got a brand new deal. What contracts do we have coming up? So we got Chop Robinson. I mean, I'm fellas. I think out of the goodness of my heart, Donovan Edwards will probably get paid next year. I do like Jalen Wright. if the number's right. But outside of Chop, knowing that we have $160 million of salary cap right now, that's our roster sucks. So nothing really surprised me on that front. But that's gonna be very cheap, in season contracts. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna have a lot of salary cap for 2 years. I'm thinking. Chop Robinson's number is probably not gonna be crazy. Deion Winters, yeah. Miles Cheeks, DeAndre, Levy. That was it. Yeah, that was it. It was Dontrell Levy, maybe. My cat, Jeff Gordon Ramsay, is a big C4 fan. My wife's not home. I can watch big TV. Left in disgust. Man, he's got to take a dump outside the litter box with Ular Bernard sticking his nose up at our 10-year contract offer. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. We got our free agency class. Oh, my God. Marcus House. Real ones remember Marcus House. He probably is like the greatest player that I've drafted in terms of being good. I think P.L. Mullins is probably like the most iconic meme player. We've had a couple good meme players. But I think like the pound for pound, I drafted a generational player who also just became the best player in the series. The fact that I had a tight end back in our Cardinals franchise that was dominated like that, that was sick. That's a good callback. I'm telling you right now, what's the transition tag again? I got to send them picks. What picks they're going to send? I love Joey Porter. Joey Porter Jr. would absolutely fit in here. Like, I'm pretty sure transition tag's the one that has, they just match. I hit them with our best offer. I don't have to give any picks, though, if Joey Porter picks us. So, I mean, we need quarterback. I'll tell you right now, one thing. Before teams start signing players, I want to see if we can move on from a couple. Like, we got a 6th-round pick and Pritchett. I think we should talk about some guys we should trade here while teams have salary cap. So I'm thinking Quinn Ewers, we'll flip him for some picks, and we're definitely going to land a quarterback. I might not get someone that we like more than Malik Willis, but I'm going to be leaving the draft with a quarterback or free agency. I like the running back room. We don't use Ollie Gordon enough that we could get some value, but there's always, I like the speed, so when H-hand speed, we come back out and Wright and Edwards have, but there might come a point in time where I'm like, God damn it, man, we need a guy that can just run someone over, and having Ollie Gordon there on a rookie deal is probably better than not. Malik Washington is definitely a guy that we could ship. I don't use him a lot. And look, we're getting picks. Whoa! We don't take advantage. We don't take advantage, but I certainly will see a trade like this and not feel guilty if I come back and say, hey, give me a 5th-round pick. If you're willing to throw in a star dev player, I'm not going to punish you for being dumb AI. But I'm gonna want something a little bit better than that 2029-7. Got Demetrius Knight, Keith Bell, Caleb Ransaw. So a lot of players I think I would automatically say, yes, let's go get, but we don't want to ever be cheesy like that. Give me a 24-year-old rookie contract dev trait player. It's a little too cheesy, but I definitely think we'll do that too. So we'll trade Ewers for a pick. We'll get an upgraded deal here for one of these. I'll go to Cincy or one of those ones. So we definitely will trade Malik Washington. We got Area 51 right here. Jeff Caldwell. I don't think, unless there's something we can't pass up in the draft at wide receiver, I think Caldwell, Douglas, and Bell are going to be our guys. 2 speed freaks and then a 220-pound beast across the middle of the field. I like that. You know what we got to do right now, though? We got to go to Caden Proctor. Oh, I can't do it in here. We're going to move Caden Proctor to left, to right tackle. We'll do that. Again, we're just looking for value. Like this guy, Max Lewin. How the hell you pronounce that? That's a wild name. Do you have any offers? No, so we can't. I'm not going to actively go try and trade someone like that. And you want depth. Keep Taylor lifetime contract. We're good over there. So Seiler would be the only other guy we could be into trading. And we got... Seiler has like the same value pretty much as Washington. That's kind of surprising. Ooh, Dylan Sampson. Garrett Williams. JT Tuimaleau. D. Winters getting a superstar will linebacker. D. Winters, he was the guy that was on the Niners. So now this is where it gets a little difficult because I think Seiler has value. He has value that we could have a trade that has a player. And I'd lean probably towards just keeping it picks. But, ooh, like Darnell Washington would be fun. Tight end, even though we have Kazmarek. Oh, they're pulling up my heartstrings. Canadian, Alec Ailman. I don't need a wideout, though. Oh. His last name's Llewellyn. Oh, okay. That's a wild one, though. That sounds like a name that's like, not Mormons. What are those people called that live in Philadelphia, like Pennsylvania? Llewellyn seems like, and how he spells it, it's like Amish. Seems like an Amish name. All right, let's do, we'll do the first two, and then we'll have a discussion about Seiler. But I think for sure I'm going to get rid of Quinn Ewers, and we will send him to the Jets for a 6th round. Maybe I'll go like a 6th and a 7th from the Jets. Take that player out of it. Give me your best 6. Whoa. You have no 7th round picks? Give me both your 6s this year, buddy. Before we get to free agency, though, we do have a couple players I think we might be able to trade for some value going into the draft. Give us more swings at this upcoming draft. One was Quinn Ewers, who was horrific for us in the preseason. I literally got like 2 first downs with him, and he played the entire preseason. But he's still, second-year quarterback, 70 rated. And you have the team like the Jets that we just threw up for a couple players, what teams were interested, and then I would come back with picks. And the Jets offered us a player and a 6th rounder. And I said, take the player out, give me 2 6, and he's all yours. We'll make that deal happen. Excuse me. And then Washington was another one. Let's get him out of here. Oh, I don't want to add you to the trade block. You're gone. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Whoa. And the second player, we unanimously as a chat was like, yeah, let's get the value there. There's Malik Washington at wide receiver. Just don't need him. And we got some pretty generous trade offers that if, in the element of not trying to be super cheesy, I don't think a 26 normal dev would get a 27 dev trait linebacker from the Bengals. I don't think we would get a 76 dev trait 24-year-old safety from the Jags. I would 100%, if I had no shame and no self-respect for the series, I would take that trade and run with it and then have Ransaw be a long-term starter for us for the rest of the series. That's a little cheesy, but I'm definitely going to kind of take the player out and like what kind of pick should Ransaw be valued at so we can make that deal happen with the Jags. What do you guys think? What's up, everybody? I'm thinking, man, I don't know. 5th round pick from the Jags? 4th round pick? Fourth? I'm going to be honest. I don't really want to get a player, if I'm being honest with you. I don't want to get a player that's going to be part of that has a chance to be a go-to guy for us in a trade that probably would never happen in real life. Like, we got Malik Murphy, dev trade from the trade block at the trade deadline from the Bengals. I feel like that was a little different. I think, like, there's just no way they would throw in Ransaw. So I'm feeling like a 4 for Malik Washington. And then maybe we get like a future pick. Maybe we get a couple picks next year that we'd appreciate having on the back end. We always like hoarding late round picks. So like a 4, 6, and 7. You want me to add in a pick that I got? That's too rich. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna start with a 4 and a 7. There we go. We'll take that. I can live with that. All right, so for Washington, I took out Ransaw, who was a dev trait, 24-year-old safety that would 100% start for me. I took him out. I said, all right, give me a 4th-round pick this year and then a 7th-round pick for next year's year 2 offseason stream. We always like having a bunch of picks late in the draft anyway to get some Hail Marys. So there we go. That works out for us. Washington was wide receiver 4 for us. Now, I say that this is a community team. It's not solely. I would be perfectly fine keeping Zach Seiler. We kind of wanted to prioritize having a 3-3-5 defense coordinator. We only did that because Seiler's on the team. But, you got to admit, he's as good as he's going to be. 83 rated, 31 years old, still has a dev trait. He's good. I liked him. I definitely, he's probably the guy on the defensive line. If I wasn't Uwar Bernard, Zach Seiler was the guy that I was going to use her because he could get off. He could wreck games. Last season, 23 TFLs, 7 sacks. Honestly, not his best sack season. A couple double-digit ones there. But a really good year. Was definitely, for a defensive tackle, one of the more productive defensive tackles in the league. And chat's over here saying we need to trade him. My argument comes into the value. We could get Shamar Turner. From I don't like player trades in situations like this, but I think Seiler's good enough, and I don't want to really trade him. While I'm open to, I don't really want to. That if we get a player in return, could be kind of interesting. We have the Bears offering Shamar Turner, Bengals offering Kwity Paye, Browns offering Dylan Sampson, McMillan, Garrett Williams. You got JT Tuimoloau from the Colts, 77 dev trait. Jalen Lane from the Commanders, D. Winter, superstar linebacker from the Dallas Cowboys, Frankie Louvu, Alfred Collins, 25-77 the dev trait, Tracy Adonai Mitchell, Valentine, Keanu Benton, Blake Corum, Brian Brzee, Cooper Kupp, Darnell Washington, Jagan Higgins, and they're trying to tug at my heartstrings offering the Canadian wide receiver, Alec Ayomanor, who many of you guys know the Titans were the runner-up for our main channel franchise here in Madden 27. The big reason why the Titans were considered was man, they have one of the more upside Canadian players in the league right now. Ooh, I don't know. I might have to put this to a poll. Leave some. I think Tuimoloau seems really interesting. I think the Shamar Turner deal from the Bears looks really interesting. I mean, we could have probably a lot of fun with Darnell Washington. But I also like Seiler. You saw the production. I love him. He was our best pass rusher. Breeze from the. I'm gonna. Okay. First things first. Poll. Trade Seiler. Yes. No. First, we gotta decide if we trade him or not. Then we'll kind of pick out a deal. I'm leaning officially. I'm probably 60-40. I'd rather keep him, but 40% is big enough that if I can find an interesting deal, obviously we'll be fine. But I'm just saying we got the Dan Quinn playbook, right? So it's a 3-4, a lot of 3-4s, a lot of 3-3-5s. If we trade Zach Seiler and we don't bring someone in, I don't have another D tackle, right? If we trade Seiler for that front 3, it's going to be Grant Phillips, Biggers. I assume we'll draft a D tackle. We'll find one, especially if we traded Seiler. And knowing that, D tackles are pretty ridiculous. But I'm being honest. 76% want him gone. They want his ass gone. Let's go look at that guy. Not even on the roster. Shamar Turner. 6'3", 290, so it'd be a D tackle in our scheme. 80 speed, 85 acceleration, 81 power move, 88 strength. I know he's nice. He's definitely a nice player. Fits our age profile. There's Turner can get kind of plug and play right there. $22 million penalty. It's another thing that's true. Seiler got paid. It wasn't me that paid him. That was a contract that we inherited. It's a lot, fellas. I mean, we have the We have the money that we could trade him, but trade deadline. That is true. I think I could correctly go with the pull of trading him and just not now. That is a bad cap hit. We're trying to be good general managers. All right, I had to put a poll up. Do we trade Zach Seiler or not? The poll was 75% wanted Zach Seiler traded. But with there not being an absolute slam dunk offer, right? We could get Shamar Turner from the Bears. He looks solid. He'd be fine. We could get Darnell Washington, right? JT Tuimaleau, edge rusher with a dev trade from the Colts. The thing that's I'm going to have to veto slightly, again, this is a team for the community, by the community. I will agree that Seiler can get traded, but I'm going to keep him on the team and we'll move him maybe at the deadline because, one, there's probably going to be a cool D tackle we draft during the draft at some point. We have a great track record of finding very fun defensive tackles. So if that's the case and we bring that in, it makes a little bit more sense to go Seiler because we have a clear-cut now, fun, homegrown defensive tackle. The second part, $23 million penalty. I think he must have the biggest penalty, maybe even higher than Achane. Like, there might be no other player. Okay, Malik Willis is 40, 39 for Paul. He is the second highest, higher than Devon Achane, penalty if we trade him. So, I don't really want to punish my team that badly. Even though we have enough salary cap, we could probably eat that. I think we're going to, eventually, we will go with the chat's decision to trade Seiler, just not right now. Free agency. Oh, I'm going to break something. If you've been watching any of my rebuilds, you'll know I'm apparently terrible at free agency because every time I post a video about me losing my mind, losing out on a free agent, there's more than enough people that reply and say, I'm getting every free agent I want. So I must be doing something wrong. But as we look at free agency, we got some very interesting names at the top end. I mean, going through position kind of quickly here. Quarterback. I'm not really interested overly in bringing in a quarterback, at least like during this first wave. We could bring in, and people are talking about like a mentorship quarterback that will give us the extra XP. I think that would be interesting. But if the plan is to go draft a quarterback, which I'm leaning towards that being our plan, and Malik Willis being a very expensive backup quarterback, we're going to need like a late, cheapest mentor quarterback going. Running back room, I like our running back room. It's one of the only spots on this whole team that I don't think we need to improve. So we'll be good there. I do want to add a fullback, honestly. That is something I want to target in the draft, most likely. If we could find a pretty cheesy one. Ooh, we got Ben Van Sumeren, who's a big-time athlete, a fullback, 87 speed, 89 acceleration, the linebacker convert, formerly the Eagles. Could be fun. I want a fullback, because right now I just have Ollie Gordon, and there's plenty of run plays that I do utilize fullback. We don't have one, so I think if we can get one that's like a blocking one. I don't need utility. I don't need someone that can. I don't need, I need to put a Dolphins. I need a Lusaka Polite. Wide receivers. We talked about this in one of the early episodes where I was previewing the free agency class. George Pickens was there. I think if Pickens was there, I'd go very aggressive to try to bring him. I'm a big George Pickens fan. Weird as a Gator fan that hates most things Georgia. I mean, I don't know. I can't hate Georgia. It's not. I don't have like an inherited. I'm not from Florida. I don't have that natural hatred of Georgia. I hate watching them play, but I love their players because what they've done for my beloved Philadelphia Eagles, and I'm just a fan of players regardless. And I've been a big George Pickens guy. Not so much a big Rashee Rice guy or Parker Washington guy. So I think I'm good with the wide receiver room. Chris Bell, Douglas. We got Area 51 Jeff Caldwell next year. I don't want to be spending money there. Tight end. I utilize a tight end. Like Sam Laporta, given how much salary cap we have, would be very interesting. I'm going to open this one up to the chat for just a second opinion. But like if I can get kind of going with Kaczmarek, imagine what we could do with Sam Laporta. I'm looking at the other names. Like, you got Michael Mayer. You got a couple fun guys. Like once we get beyond Sam Laporta, it's a bunch of guys that I would rather have those opportunities go to Will Casimir. The dev trait, Ohio State, coming off a great rookie season. Unfortunately, he had the worst injury of our whole year one. But I think I personally use a tight end enough that I think I could justify spending money, or at least trying to get Sam Laporta. So I'm putting him definitely near the top of our wish list. Offensive line, we're pretty good. I think guard would be a position that we're interested in because the plan is to move Caden Proctor from left guard to right tackle, which, actually, I'm going to do that right now while we're here because I want to see if his rating goes up live. Caden Proctor will give up 1 sack, one of the best guards in the league, and we're going to go, that you were one of the best guards. I think you'd be one of the best tackles in the league, and a tackle has so much more value than a guard. So, okay, 81 stays the same. Lose a little bit of scheme fit there, but it's not the end of the world. We're fine. But with that move, I like Mekhi Becton at guard. The left guard is now a position of need, something that we could target in the draft. But it'd be fine to get like a value at free agency, but I don't know if that's going to exist. Is there like maybe a center that can play guard? I think Jordan Meredith could play guard. Juice Struggs, James Daniels, Dalton Risner, Volson. Man, just not the role we were looking for. I might have to draft one. Taylor Turnstile Moton. Ooh, I could bring Taylor Moton in and move him to guard. I might open that up to a poll. Old Turnstile from the Panthers main channel franchise. If you ever wanted to see the most sacks like an 85 rated tackle could give up in a Madden series, Taylor Moton just giving up 40 a year. But maybe, just maybe, moving him to guard, that could be the play this late in his career. I think that needs to be highly considered. Defensively, Canadian Michael Hoyt. I'm pretty good with our defense in terms of our, at least one side. None of these players are going to be more impactful than the trade that we made at the deadline getting Miles Murphy. We have Miles Murphy, we have Chop Robinson. So we have to sign someone that would either just add a piece to the rotation, because there's not someone here that'd be an outright, that's a starter. That's a guy that's taking someone's spot. So, maybe we could look at like a rotational guy to be like edge 4 on our team. And if that's going to be the case, I've always liked B.J. Ojolari. Drew Sanders could be interesting. Kind of like you said, some off-ball linebackers, especially when you have some of those goddamn plays where your edge drops into coverage. I think someone like Drew Sanders' skill set can make a lot of sense there. D-tackle. Man. Anyone remember the draft content where I said Ed Oliver was my pound-for-pound number 1 player in the class? Been a big Ed Oliver guy for a while. Heard that devastating news that came out. I know there's like some shenanigans going on with like how the news came out. I don't know. I didn't go too deep in the weeds, but thoughts with Ed Oliver, man, I could not imagine. But I'm an Ed Oliver guy, so I think I absolutely would be intrigued there. But for us at defensive tackle, we know who we need. We know who's going to be getting a 10-year deal, and we know where the hell is he. We're going here live. That's going to be a 10-year deal. I don't know what it's going to cost. Uar Bernard will be on our team. We got Brian I'm coming up. Brian McAvoy with the 10. Can we see you rebuild the forever in limbo Purple Peters? Who would you want at quarterback, Brian? Is that one of those rebuilds where you want to see the career revival of J.J. McCarthy? Or is that one where it's like, Kyler, can we make Kyler? Or is that one where you just say, throw the whole quarterback room out and go draft me one as soon as possible? Love to hear your feedback on that, Brian McAvoy. Thank you very much for the 10, man. Very much appreciate it. Sorry I was in the zone there recording. I'm going to pause here, and then we're going to quickly look at the rest of the players, and then I'll just kind of record the highlights. Adebawori is another really fun player, too. Adetomiwa Adebawori, freak athlete. 89 speed, 92 acceleration, 282 pounds. I think we may need to explore adding both these guys. Zuar Bernard, athletic enough to play as a big defensive end? Could. He absolutely could be. linebackers. Look at the back end of the secondary. We have Sam linebacker, Chiefs. So a lot of these guys just, I don't know why Madden hasn't figured that out yet, but they get very, I think there's a reason why almost all these guys have at least a dev trait, because they've earned one. A couple fun Sam linebackers here. I think this would be more second wave of free agency. But like Yasir Abdullah's always been kind of fun. 90 speed, 95 acceleration, 6'1", 240. I think the price is right. I think there's going to be a lot of value signings here that I'd be about. Mike linebackers, I'm really happy with our linebacking room. Jordan Brooks is on like an immovable contract. And we have Troy Anderson, former channel legend. We have Rodriguez. Oh, and Papo. Look at that. He nuked his speed a little bit. 92 acceleration, 89 speed. I think I'm good at linebacker. Maybe add a little bit of depth here and there, but I don't think we're going to be dropping a lot of money. Pretty good with where we're at. Secondary, Joey Porter, that's the big one. I think I want to be aggressive there. Well, we'll probably also come back to Riley Moss. Just for pure meme purposes, I think Joey Porter would be like a slam dunk. I think like even if that was even real life, Dolphins have whatever year they're about to have in real life in free agency, and this is how it happens. I think Joey Porter Jr. would be a perfect signing. Now he's not a perfect scheme fit, but I think for how I want to play, man defense, I'd be all about trying to bring him in. So I'm willing to. We had a lot of salary cap. We could throw our money around when we want to. I think I definitely want to target Joey Porter. Probably won't get him because I never sign anybody big in free agency. I'd like to go get Riley Moss for the memes. Outside of that, if we kind of swing and miss on a couple players, we might just need to kind of go into the draft as the area that we'll try to improve the corner room. Free safety room as in a whole is definitely two positions we could upgrade. We had some pretty good play from the rookie Michael Taft, but didn't get his dev trait. I kind of was hoping normal dev rookie plays, and I think he had, 99 tackles. Seems like a very favorable situation to maybe roll a dev trait. We did not get that. Jaquan Brisker, 28 with a dev trait. Antonio Johnson, 6'3", 195. 92 acceleration, 88 speed. He looks like a really, really nice safety that could potentially be had. A lot of teams competing for that signature, however. I could do that. Maybe on a 1 year, I could bring in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think he'd fit very well in this year. We have the Canadian Sidney Brown. Could be another fun safety to bring in, even as only like a depth special team guy that might play sporadically. I think I might have a little bit of bias there. So we got. I love the board. I love a lot of these names we talked about. However, will we be able to sign them is a different story. We have the money to sign them. Will they pick us? Wouldn't get your hopes up. Charb, Porter is not, it's a transition tag on Porter. So it's only like the Steelers could match. So we're going to go Joey Porter. We're going to go 16-2 on the salary. I'll try to match what he's looking for salary and bonus. I'll hit him with a no trade clause, and we'll fully guarantee it. I won't be trading him. All right, up first, we have Joey Porter Jr. I'm going to hit him with a 4-year. He's looking for 4 years. He's looking for a 16-2 yearly salary, so I think we got to overpay because we suck. So, and you look at the deal breakers and cash base, it's kind of half cut off by the webcam there, but it's critical. The total contract value makes a lot of sense. So I think if he's looking for 16, we're bad enough that I think we go to like 18 and a half, and I bring that total bonus 30. I want him to bet. He's definitely the number one. We're going to go try to get Sam Laporta, student. They're two of the biggest names here. But if I had to prioritize one, like that's a deal I can live with. And the fact that this is not like a rebuild where it's, I got to sign these free agents now. It's not going to be the end of the world if we don't get some of these big targets. So that just puts a little bit more pressure of us to have to, we have to nail the draft. We got to go find the studs in the draft, which we absolutely can. But man, oh man, I'd love to get one of these big names. So we're going to start Joey Porter Jr. I think Uar needs to be the next. We got to prioritize Uar. Can't let anyone sneak in. The length of the deal. I can't give you any more length. I've given you all the length I can give you, Uar. All right, we got Uar Bernard up next. Got to prioritize. Can't let anyone take him. We're gonna tell him we're building this defense around you. You were so much of a freak. Please take my 10-year deal. Please, Uar. Okay, Moten. What do you guys think about Moten? Do you think you want to try to sign him and bring him in as a guard, or nah? That'll be the next thing. And then we're going to go get Laporta. I think we only have 5. I don't know what I said my franchise limits. I think it might be 5 negotiations for the first period. We have Justin with the 199. When do the realistic draft classes normally drop? Sports gaming rosters is one I always use, and it usually September. Like, I feel like he tries to target right before, the last couple years, right before college football starts. But I'll let you guys know. I'm on PC this year, so I'm waiting for a different type of draft classes. But thank you very much for the dono. And he hits me again. Get Deshaun Watson on the team. Oh, buddy, you know what with Deshaun Watson is what we want. Porter won a 22 salary and 35 bonus on the main page. Wait. What do you mean? Where do you mean? Where do you see that at? 21 per year, 35. Ooh. Huh. So is that the number we should go in with? Like, that looks... Oh, fuck! Oh, no. I mean, I didn't think we were going to get him anyways. I feel like in this case, the Steelers are probably going to match whatever contract comes up. I did not know that. New tech. That means Riley... You're telling me Riley Moss wants $9 a year? Oh, how'd I miss that? Okay, maybe we'll hit that on Sam Laporta. No, you guys aren't wanting that. Pass on Moten and go get Laporta. All right, we'll do that. Whoa. Maybe I'll use that spot on Riley Moss. Okay, swoosh with the 5. I see that now. I see that. We're good. Okay, new tech. I knew that was there. It's not like I didn't know those numbers were there, but I just thought those numbers were the exact same numbers that you get when you speak to the player. All right, we're going to go. We're not going to get Moten. We're going to come back with, I think we have 5 bids you can make in the first, 10, the first initial wave, if you will, of this. We're going to go Riley Moss, but new tech alert. We have, in the salary overview section of I got this from chat. It says Riley Moss is looking for $9 million a year, 10.5 signing bonus. I knew that was there, but I always thought that those were the numbers that you got hit with here, on the top, right next to me. See how it says he wants it's saying recommended. We're gonna go 7 with 10 guaranteed or 10 bonus. You know what I'm saying? It's way off. So Riley Moss yearly salary, he's looking for 9. So we're gonna come hit him with maybe we'll go 9.5, and he wanted a $10 million bonus. I mean, it's Riley Moss. This is more of a meme. He's good. He'd start for us. There's no doubt about that. But I don't really want to. I'll go 11. We'll go 3 years, 9.5, 11 million bonus. And I'll guarantee 2 of those 3 years. So we'll start there. I did not know that the number, though, in the yearly... I'll keep you here live. Show what I'm saying again. Another example. Because the big free agent we want to go get now is Sam Laporta. So he's looking for 15, we'll call that 16 a year, and he's looking for a 32 signing bonus. My dumbass thought that when you go speak to a player, that was the numbers they were providing you once you got into the contract. I did not know they were robbing us blind here. So what is he looking for again? 15. He's looking for 16 and 32. So that means we suck. So this is going to have to be 18... 16, he's looking for 16, so I think if we go 18.5 He's looking for a 32 bonus. I think we can probably make that 30, 35. That's for 3 years. We'll hit him with no trade. I'll hit him with all the business. Fully guaranteed. I'm not going to trade you. That got to be enough, right? That got to be enough. Right? I'm going to coach you. You guys are going to have to yes this one because I fucked it up on Joey Porter. Is this what we should go with Laporta? With the element of, like, I don't want to overpay? I think that looks fair. Like, do we go to 20 million? I really want him. I think it'd be really fun for this series to get one big splash free agent because I do think it's going to be so much more difficult to find, like, the fun, exciting dev trait guys in the draft now that we may need to furnish how this team gets built a little bit more through free agency. Justin with the $4.99. How the big super chat needs to be for me to see Watson on the team. I need at least a preseason run. I can't. I mean, I don't know. I'll say bigger than $4.99. 20 and 40. 20 and 40. I also don't sign people. You got, if you are someone out there that have signed people in Madden 27, now I will see in hindsight the tech that you guys said that little number is what they're looking for, which obviously if you read it, that's what it says. But I now know that little number doesn't match the number kind of thing that we get up above here. That may change how I handle free agency in my negotiation. 20 per year and 40 million. You don't think that year will piss him off? Like if he's looking for 3, like the 4 years? Because contract length is low priority in his deal breaker. Add a year. I'll go 38. We'll go middle. I won't go all the way to 40. That will be the side. All right, I've gone through chat. This is the number we sat on. There's some people saying go to 40 million bonus. We were at 35. We're at 18.5 and 35. And they said add a year, go from 18.5 to 20, which I'm fine with. They want to go to 40. I will go to 38. And if he doesn't pick that, he doesn't want to be here. And we're fine. I got Kazmarek as the developmenting tight end. I'll be fine if that's our tight end. But I really would like to get like a splash free agent. I feel like that should give us a shot. So I don't think there's really anybody else that we wanted, right? We can go add a Babore guy, just in case I still have a spot left. Wait, what's he looking for? 5 and 2. I also like the freak Adebawari. Big time D tackle, very much like Uar Bernard. We're going to see if we can bring him in as one of our more low-key free agency signings. 67%? Well, 4 years. No, I mean, you know what? No. Uar, you know, I don't need you. Don't need you. Uar is our guy. I think that's it. I think we're probably good to progress. Right? Was there a linebacker? I feel like maybe there was a linebacker. Like, that would be cool. Oh, it's down here. This guy. Yasir Abdullah. What's he looking for? 1.6. Barely any bonus. Another guy I'm also like just low-key. Yasir Abdullah, formerly of the Jags. 95 acceleration, 90 speed for a Sam linebacker. Has a dev trait. I think that could be a fine player to bring in. And he's not looking for anything crazy. So I think we can go 1.6 and probably, I don't know, 750K total bonus. Oh, come on, 62%. Hometown discount. Come on. Let's go. That was a win. Reduced salary, add a year. Total contract value is what he's looking at. Yeah, none of these are really helping. I thought this was going to be a for sure 100%. I'll raise your bonus again. Just because I think you could be cool. Could be cool to have, but these are just... Come on. Come on, this got to do it. That's good. We like where we landed. 4 years for a freak athlete. I love freak. I like collecting those guys on defense. What do you mean I targeted other people. Are we good? I think we're good. Let's go, Justin. Oh, a one in a preseason run with Deshaun Watson for $20. I don't know, man. Can it be anybody else? Can I mulligan that to one other player? I don't know where the hell Uar Bernard's at. Why is it because I ran out of hours? Or he's not like highly rated enough? Because like I clearly... Right? Like we're 100%. Right? So I don't know why that's not showing up. Get Brisker. Johnson, maybe? Johnson or Brisker? No, I got... Brisker's too good. I think I want to go CD. CJ Gardner-Johnson. Brisker kind of fits in that mold of like, why would he at 28 choose to come to Miami? I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson doesn't have a lot of options. I think he would probably... The last name, before I go, like, progress this first way, people are saying Brisker. I don't know, like, why Brisker would choose Miami. He's at that age where, like, you know, Laporta and Joey Porter Jr., it's like, maybe they would take, I don't know if Laporta would, but I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's running out of options. I think we hit CD here with another. I think this will be our last target here. 5 and 3 is what he's looking for. 2-year deal. We'll go 5 salary, 3 bonus. That will be our last one. Oh my God, accept our money. That's what you want. I'm not adding a year. He wants value and length. I'm going to pitch why this works. That's all he needed. Wow. We razzled and dazzled. Alrighty, we are going live. It is now time. This is just the first wave. Oh wait, we got one more. People are saying there's a guy literally paid me $20 in chat to sign Deshaun Watson, and I'm very compromised of what I should do because that is very generous, and I can be bribed, but also I don't know. That 100% seems like would just curse the team in the bad way. Like we will just never win if I take the money and bring in a terrible person. And I say that as someone that when Deshaun Watson's at Clemson, he was one of my favorite players in all of college football. Very painful to do. But I had people in chat saying, go take a look. Oh, man, you think Teddy might have mentor? How does Teddy not have mentor? We want to add a mentor quarterback. So we got Max Duggan as a mentor quarterback. Give me a sec. I'm going to go look through for mentor, and we'll find which one's the best one. That'll be our final target, and then we'll start progressing free agency. Brady Cook has mentor. Does Deshaun Watson have mentor? I'll be honest. That if he does, he might make the most sense from there. Drew Lock, no mentor. Kyle McCord. No. Kyle McCord as mentor? What the hell are we doing? Deshaun Watson doesn't have mentor. So I do think from that perspective, I might not even be able to be bride for that. For Deshaun Watson, oh my, he doesn't have mentor. He has massage mentor. We need mentor. We need the XP mentor. Jacoby Brissett has it, but he's probably gonna be a little expensive. I think our point here, fellas, needs to be cheapest possible mentor quarterback. We get the Canadian Nathan Rourke. That would have been cool for him to have it. Justin with the, oh my God. Fella, you know what? Maybe the middle ground would be, I'll let you name a player. Justin with the 19. And we had the 100 earlier. If you guys want, you guys can you can rename some of our picks that we make. I'll give you guys priority. The middle ground is you can buy your way into the series. You can buy, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's good middle ground. If Deshaun, first, I will now be honest. If Deshaun Watson had mentorship, I think I would just say 100% for the video. I was bribed to do this. He has mentor. That's why he's there. He doesn't have it. It makes no sense to bring him in. Even from a meme standpoint, there's no value. He won't play. Kyle Trask? Does he have? Yeah, I don't think he has mentor, though. He's not even here. Yeah, you can name him Washawn Dotson if you want to. Fuck me. Are you kidding me? No mentor. Okay, so like, how does Jameis not have mentor? So, okay, cheapest quarterback that has mentor, that would be cool to have on the roster. It wouldn't be Jacoby Brissett. First thing, you want Massage Watson. Can we style it up like this? Can we make it like, just a sec. Can we make it like, I'm going to do something like, we'll do something like that. Massage Watson. Because at least that way there, you know, that's good PR. That's to bring awareness to how much of a loser he was. Man, Wentz doesn't have mentor? I mean, might have to go like Brady Cook or something like that. Leader. All right, I think we do just go with Max Duggan. Duggan has some scrambling ability, right? Yeah, okay, we'll go Duggan. All right, for some reason, Max Duggan has mentor ability and some dual threat ability. So that is going to be our QB3 target. Or maybe even QB2. Probably QB3. I don't think we're going to get rid of Malik Willis, even if we find a quarterback to draft. Alrighty, last one. Okay, what is he looking for? I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be bidding on him. He's looking for 2 a year with $1 million signing bonus. I'll give you that. For fuck's sakes. I'll add a year. Yeah, sure. I'll take mentor. I don't think you lose the mentor ability. I'm going to refuse to raise your salary. This is the number that we've agreed upon. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to pitch. We're definitely going to win a championship here. Definitely going to win a championship. I'm going to be honest about the rebuild, though. I'm going to counteract everything I just said. I'm going to be honest about the rebuild. We're actually not going to win the Super Bowl. And now he's happy to join me. Slap me the one tonight. Watch it. All right, let's go, fellas. First wave of free agency. Let's go to the top. I think that's going to be, for some reason, it doesn't have all of our targets. I don't know why. All right, first wave, we have yet to progress. I'm very confident on Sam Laporta. I'm not as confident with Joey Porter. Pretty confident on Riley Moss. We paid so much for Laporta. It's almost like we paid so much and like so much more than what any other team would have paid for that if I don't get him, I don't think there's really anybody in this free agency outside of Uar Bernard that I would be disgusted with if we don't get and sign. First wave. Do you think we signed anybody? Right now in chat, did we sign anybody? Oh, we never get the top guy. God damn it. Joey Porter. I mean, that one there I knew I kind of screwed up on. 20-4. Signed for 13 a year. And we gave 38. Oh, my God. And it'd be one thing if he went to a team that like was better. He went to Tua's team. He took less money and went to Tua as quarterback. Oh, my God. I hate free agency. Where the hell's Uar Bernard? Yeah, they got Kyle Pitts. Where the hell's my Bernard? Oh, yes, he saw it. Yes. I don't know why it's not showing up, but we got Uar. Let's go. Silver lining. If you said, and I'm being 100% serious, if you said I could sign, and then how this thing would have went, Joey Porter and Sam Laporta, I could get both of them, but I lose out on Uar Bernard. Or I could have what happened where our mega offers got laughed at, and we only get Uar Bernard. I'm taking Uar Bernard. 100 times out of 100. That's our guy. All right, second wave. Whoa. Let's just go look at our team. I don't know if the guys joined our team right now. Yes, it did. So we got Max Duggan is two. So we have our quarterbacks, and we might go draft one. Feel good about the running back room. Feel good about the wide receiver room. All right. Could add somebody. Jalen Reagor. Do we try to bring back Jalen Reagor? I mean, Laporta would have been perfect. Damn it. May want to try to add a tight end. I'll go look and see if there's any value tight ends in free agency. Because I do like to have 4 tight ends. I don't love having a tackle be the tight end. However, if that could find a way to get Caden Proctor more reps on offense as like a gadget, that could be cool. But I would say, yeah, I'm going to make a jot down here. Tight end. We were looking for a tight end. I'll probably just draft a tackle. Not worried about a tackle. There we need a guard. Tight end guard. We need center depth. I mean, I'm not going to write down all these because some of these will be... I mean, we have Jonah here. Scheme fit. Could play at guard. Could start if we needed to. Feel good about the pass rush where it's at. Could add another body to the pass rush. I may put down like edge 4 to 5 as something if there's a fun edge rusher out there. Feel good about the D-line. We got Yasir Abdullah too. Nice. I got this guy, man. Arnold. He was on our Yetis team. He was a UDFA guy. Great athlete. Some of the best, highest agility for a linebacker in game, which is crazy. He's like, where is it? 88 agility. So that's a guy like, okay, moving to Mike now. We have pretty good linebacking depth there. Got way too many corners. Some of these guys were signed, like the guys, like there's a couple that I didn't even pick to my practice squad. I think TJ Tampa was another one. So I'm not, I'm not crazy in having to keep the guys that I didn't bring in. So I feel good there. Safety room, feel pretty good. Kicker, punter, long snapper. Now, I'm thinking about just drafting this. But we can go look here. Second wave free agency. We have our list. We'll start down here. Kicker, punter, long snapper. Man, you guys want to send like a first round pick for a long snapper to the Lions? Isn't that what that would be? Fullback. I want fullback in the draft. I didn't really love the fullbacks here. I mean, Van Sumerum's there. Trade for Pitts. Ooh, sir. I love that. We got a couple guys. That's a pull. That's a pull right there. That is a pull. That is a way to find an opportunity of trade for Kyle Pitts. Yes. No, but in brackets, yes. Darnell Washington at fullback could be in play, but I mean I don't really want to trade for a fullback. I think for long snapper, I'll just draft a long snapper. Long snappers are pretty easy to draft. Punter, we have the punt god, Ariza, Stonehouse. Wasn't he like an all 99 kick power on both? He is better. Stonehouse has a bigger leg than Ariza. That is surprising. Camarada. You got Bill Burr. I moved Jalen Polk there. And this guy, this guy, I don't know what teams he's on. You may know, I think he might be Detroit. He's a safety. It's like a fake player. You played with Hogan Hatton in college? What? If you hit this $100 parlay, I got a chat for you, David. Quarterback from Sage. Dude, we will do it. We will do it for sure. All right, punter. Yeah, let's go out there. I don't want to draft. I mean, okay, wait. There's one thing we probably will be able to see in the draft class. Is there a generational punter kicker? Cruz has A, kick accuracy, marginal to poor kick power. Ooh, this guy could be good, though. His great good kick power, C accuracy. Wolf. That punter might be... There's not the generational punter. Is there a generational kicker or close to it? Pool. B, kick accuracy. I mean, if we're not seeing elite kick power... Okay, so it does not look like a good year for kickers and punters, so we may actually want to sign one. Fellow YouTuber, Michael Turk's a YouTuber. I know he had wasn't he a guy that went to the NFL and then returned? He was ahead of the curve. 94 kick powers, not too bad. Nah, screw that. We're gonna go. I'm sorry, I gotta go with the guy that has 99. We'll go Stonehouse. What's he looking for? 1.5, 200 bonus. Give him on a 2-year. Come on, buddy. I'm going to reinforce the fit. Oh, I'm getting worked by a punter? I'm not giving you... that number works for me, buddy. You better smarten up. There we go. Okay, we'll go punter. Kicker. I mean, we know what we want for a kicker. We got one target and one target only. Cade York, 97 kick power. Pretty good. John Parker Romo, 94. 93. Money Badger. Groupie, 94. Ooh, Bass. Ooh. 97 and 77. That seems like... Ooh, Bates. 97, 88. None of these kickers have, people bidding on them? I think we go Bates. What's he looking for? 3 and 1. I'm going to go, we'll go 2.5 and 1. 2.5 and 9. How about that? I'll guarantee you, yeah, sure. Oh, no, I gave him another year. Didn't really want to do that. I'm gonna walk you through the full value. We got a lot of patience to play around with here. Oh shit, it's going the wrong way. I'm gonna acknowledge your ask. I'm gonna acknowledge you as a kick. Oh no. I'm gonna publicly reaffirm my commitment to you, sir. I love your kick power. I love the size of your leg. I don't want to add any more years. How about I remove a year and I'll give you more salary? There we go. Okay, we're gonna publicly reaffirm your commitment. I'm going to stand on the current contract offer. Oh my God. I'm going to publicly reaffirm my commitment. I want to be straight about this. I want to challenge him to build something here, but how about we give him a little bit more money? There we go. Okay, who else? Brisker still being there is interesting. I will say, if I didn't see CJGJ, I think at this point, him still being there, I'd be like, screw it, let's go try and get him. We missed out on all of our other big money signings. I don't hate, like, if Tafe has to play again at corner where we talk. So we got Riley Moss. Was there anyone else that was, like, super fun? It's like, yeah, we got to get them. I don't think. So I wrote down kick. Wait. I wrote this down. Kicker, punter, long snapper. Talked about fullback. Ben Van Sumeren would fit the bill. Like, by far the most athletic fullback that's on the market. Oh, British Brooks is right there, too. But Van Sumeren's 25 pounds. So I think, you know what? We're going to once again go look and check the draft real quick and just see, is there like a crazy-looking fullback? You haven't got to the combine yet. I want blocking. I do not want utility. So we have Jay Mason. He's a blocking archetype, but has F pass block and nothing higher than a C. So this guy's going to be ass. Will Weldon has B lead block, C pass block, 6'2", 260. Maybe. Diego Armero, B run block, C pass block, 6'3", 250. A couple solids and decents. And then we got this guy, No. That's it. This guy looks like he could be all right, Diego Amaro. But I'll tell you what, I think we would probably as be able to sniff it like, that's a fullback right there. That's like one of those fullbacks that end up going like the second or third round. That does not exist, so I do think Ben Van Sumeren. I'm going to go just with the athlete here. Who has crazy lead block or something like that? That's really what we want to look for. 1783. Of course, he has like some of the worst. Like Brooks is actually a little bit better. Move Uar to good impact block. None of these guys really scream what we want. I think honestly, we might be able to wait on fullback, especially like that UDFA free agency frenzy. Yeah, I actually like that one. That shed out good columns on that. Let's see if we can get Drew Sanders here. Is there anyone interested on him? Ooh, the Saints. I wouldn't hate throwing him a couple bucks. And what's he looking for? 5 salary, 2 bonus. We'll go like a 2-year deal. We'll bring that salary up to we got to find a starting point. We'll go 4.5, 2.5. Trevon Diggs. So we're definitely going to get, I like that. Trevon Diggs career resurgence. I feel See if I can add a year. I'll take him for 3 years. Still on the right side. Is he so fast, though? I feel like Diggs is one of those guys, like, his speed's gone. 88 acceleration probably get him cooked. We could, honestly, I think we could have fun. I'm gonna turn the fullback conversation this. I think we could have fun trying to find a fullback in the 7th round just across any position. I think that's what we'll do. Don't forget to like the stream. Yes, thank you very much. everybody in here. Now will it show who I'm targeting here? Okay, we got a couple more targets. All right, second wave, couple more targets here. There doesn't look to be like a great kicker or punter in the draft, so we're going to look at Jake Bates, 97 kick power, 88 accuracy. We're going to look at Ryan Stonehouse at punter, 99 kick power, 82 accuracy. And then we're going to take a look at Drew Sanders, looking to add one more pass rusher to the rotation. I really like his versatility. I remember back in the day, he was like a 5-star athlete in high school that committed to Alabama. I think that could be kind of cool. But there was other bids on him, and usually when there's other bids, it means we didn't get him. We did get him. There we go. We also signed Uar Bernard. We signed Yasir Abdullah. We signed Max Duggan. They aren't showing up here for some reason. And then we got Drew Sanders, Stonehouse. I think we're probably good. So, we're not ready to go to the draft yet because chat came up with a realistic, unbelievable idea. We were very clear. I think I presented it that while we were in on Joey Porter, the top target for me was Sam Laporta. Now I get it, right? Top player in free agency. Why, even if we threw way more money than what the Falcons gave him. I don't know what average per year we offered, but it was definitely higher than 13.5. And I know for a fact we offered $38 million, $10 million signing bonus. But we suck. Some guys aren't in for the money, et cetera, et cetera. It's gonna happen. To pick the Falcons with Tua is a different thing. Chad immediately was piping in and saying, well, if they're signing him, and we kind of want to get a fun tight end, who else is probably not happy, much like us, that the Falcons dropped a bag on Sam Laporta? Kyle Pitts. We want a fun... I like Kazmarek. Just to show you the comparison, I'm not trading him. But Will Kazmarek, rookie. Well, now he's going to be a sophomore, but he was good. Before he got hurt, felt like he was a good shot to be probably second on our team in receptions. Good profile. Not like a crazy player, not a crazy high ceiling player. Definitely a guy I want to be a part of this team going forward. But he's still, obviously, he's 69 rated. If we want to, kind of start picking up the pace, start being a little bit more productive in offense, definitely a spot that if we got Laporta, it'd be like that was justified. I think Kyle Pitts fits the bill. He's expensive. His ceiling might have been lowered a little bit, but man, oh man. I'm a Florida Gator fan. On top of all, this, yes, I love this suggestion. I don't know what it's going to take. It may be too expensive, but I think before we get to the draft, before we end this period, the way that we could salvage missing out on Laporta, Kyle Pitts, 90 speed. We'll kind of subtract his boost because he's not going to have that when he joins our team. 86 catching, 92 acceleration, 82 catching traffic, 87 spectacular. There's a shot that Kyle... I wouldn't be shocked if we could find a way to bring him if he's not our wide receiver one. Leads the team in receiving next year. That's how good he is, and that's how much I'd love to get him the football. Fellas, what do we pay? What do we offer? I don't know, if they're going to... What do we offer? Start with a third? Seiler? No! This could be... it's just a dead cap hit, dude. The dead cap hit's got to be bad. I think I kind of want to start with picks. We have a good picks. 1, 2, 3... 4, 4, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7. So I feel like a 4 and a 6 should be our starting point. And we get laughed out the door. They want Patrick Paul, a 2, 4, 6. Ooh, I think I could do that. I think I'd be willing to do that. I think I'd rather do that than to throw in Zach Seiler. They need a D tackle. Yeah, they do. I'm going to pull it. Poll is up. Please vote. Seiler's more realistic. Do the picks. I mean, I think this one's going to be Seiler a 3rd and a 4 next year for Kyle Pitts. I think we're almost at a point, like, I don't try to get fair value. The Falcons made a terrible decision. They upset Kyle. Like, Kyle Pitts is a trade block now. Trade Phillips. Trade Jordan Phillips a 4 and a 6. Look at Laporta. I mean, I don't know. I guess out of curiosity. No, they don't want him. And that's the worst thing about this is, like, I would be curious to see, like, if they would even accept Seiler in that. You'd rather eat cap space and hit on the picks? Okay. I mean, I'm a man of the poll. It's very close, and it is edged towards Seiler. Okay. All right, I had to bring it to a poll. We had a couple options here. We wanted to look at what they wanted for Kyle. I'm like, oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This one looked interesting. We have multiple picks in the 3rd and 4th round. They're looking for a 3rd round pick. Like, I think that's our best 3rd round pick. 4th round pick and 2 7ths. I think that's really, really reasonable. But we had people in chat saying, like, we need the picks. Fun about this series is hitting on our picks. 3 and a 4 in particular, those are big picks. But also, that's Kyle freaking Pitts. And then we look at their team needs. They need a defensive tackle. Can we throw in Zach Seiler? Oh, we need to take on something. I don't even know if they would take that deal. Now we need to ask. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me see this. Who's like I just clearly salary cap? Brockamire? No, I need like 1.1 million. With this guy? Nope. Jay Nelson? Ooh, we could do something like that. Oh, it's close. If I add a pick, though, it's gonna raise that cap up a little bit. Because at the end of the day, I think the rebuilder in me is like, that is so much salary cap for Zach Seiler. But we have so much salary cap available that it's not really, like, we're not spending that money. There's not going to be a situation where at any point that Zach Seiler contract is probably going to prevent us from doing something. I wonder if I throw in that 7th rounder. Oh my God, I lose the... And then I need to put on another guy. Oops. Oh, for God damn it! Pitch. And then give me this guy. And then give me your next lowest rated guy. Daquan Hardy, potentially? How about let's throw in Mr. Daquan Hardy? Can we make this happen? What if I pay 6? I'll give you my best 6th-round pick. I'll give you my worst, my only 5th-round pick. Now we're getting to a point where the picks might make more sense. Okay, we're going to reevaluate here. We're going to reevaluate before I send this. Now that we're kind of moving this, do we like the 5th, or knowing we can make this trade for a 3 and a 4? You think a future pick will take their money off? I don't know if that does. Like, oh, I say give me like the 2029 7. See, look, it doesn't adjust their cap room. It's only for this year. Like with like something like that? Is that what we're saying? Like that? Like, I mean, that makes sense. I can live with that. We hit send on that. Does this look good? All right. Trade has been made. We had to add a couple things to get the salary cap right. But we are sending Zach Seiler, who we've had people in chat say retires next year. Just throwing that out there. Next year might be his final year. He might consider hanging up. So we send Zach, great player, 23 TFLs, led the team in sacks, second on the team in sacks. Sorry, Chop Robinson. We throw in a 5th-round pick this year, and we do that instead of a 3 and a 4. Which I understand the value. I personally would have done the picks. This is a community-assisted franchise mode. I put up a poll. It was 53-47. Trade Zach Seiler. So with that, we still had the same amount of picks. Instead of a 5, we now have another 7. I had to throw Nelson in at right tackle in there, just kind of make the budget work. But Kyle Pitts is now a Miami Dolphin. We missed out on Laporta, but that opened up the door to go get a super exciting player who he's going to get a lot of catches. Let's go, man. I don't know who I don't know who initially threw out Kyle Pitts. And I anybody that's frustrated that we just made that trade, I would, if it was me, no, I would did this offline. I would have traded the picks. I would have kept Zach Seiler. I had no issue having him on the roster. But the hindsight is everybody that said Seiler trade, keep the picks. I better hear you guys pounding the table when it comes to 3rd and 4th. You guys, it's now on you in chat that wanted that trade. When it comes our 3rd and 4th round pick that we kept, we got to hit on it. There better be someone there that when we pull that trigger, we got a blue dev trait and we got a guy that has 99 speed or something. Elite traits. The pressure is on now to make those picks worth keeping them over Seiler. Of course. What do you mean you want an extension? Now, Uar Bernard does see more field time. That's pretty good. Okay, classic. Kyle Pitts is like, oh, yeah, you guys suck, so pay me more money. We got a contract extension for Pitts. I don't know, what is he on? Anyways. Let me go look at this real quick. He's currently on a 2-year deal. I don't know what the hell he wants. I don't appreciate. I'm giving you, you're going to have the best opportunity of your career. I guess we'll go 8 and 15. Okay. Think that makes him happy? I think we just made him really happy. I don't know. That was weird. Is he happy? How do I know if he's happy or not? What do you mean he's reaching back? Okay, I think he's happy. All right, anybody else we need to sign? Are we ready to go to the draft? Kind of ready to get to the point where we start looking at We have our quarterback. Okay, let's just look at our roster. Again, we don't want to fill every single spot up because we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks. So we want all these picks to have a chance. So I'm saying for free agency, we're probably good. Like, we're going to get depth. We're going to get a guard in the draft. Got Sanders. We now got to go draft a defensive tackle. Adebaware. Okay, you know what we'll do here, though? We'll get rid of Biggers. And let's see if we can fill that spot with Adebaware. I like Adebaware. I love his skill set. He was a pink slip guy way back in the day. If he's still there, I ain't mad at that. We bring in athletes. I'll still go draft one. But I'm not giving him any more money. We're just going to hit him with all the non-money ones and see if we can get him to 100%. Hometown discount. Yeah, that's a strong B on Zeke Biggers. Biggers. Where did he go to school, though? Was he like Auburn or something like that? Put Adebaware at fullback. I mean, that could be, this could be a fun fullback. I feel like this number's getting pretty high up here. 4 years, 18 salary. Isaiah Simmons and moving to middle linebacker. Is like a depth guy? Is he still out here? Is he still a linebacker? I mean, if I could lowball him, because you asked so nicely, I'll tell you right now, it's only 1 year. He could be like our Jamal Adams. But that's about it. I'm about to push back on the media narrative. I'm going to refuse to raise your bonus. You're lucky I'm giving you employment. Oh, he got him. Cool. And then we finished up free agency. Couple low-key sightings. We had a legend in chat with the old super chat, Mr. Super Steph, say get Isaiah Simmons. Maybe look at bringing him in like a linebacker. I'm going to bring him on a 1-year deal. And then we have Adebaware at D tackle is a guy we've been interested in, but I'm going to be honest. I don't really love the number. I feel like we gave him way too many years. But at 6'2", 282, what I think he could do for us is someone we want. I was going to go into our draft with one of those 7th round picks, and I just wanted to get the best athlete we could find, and he'll be our fullback. I want a fullback in my off. This could be it. 6'2", 282, 92. Didn't Pat Reichard start as a D tackle, and they just make him full-time fullback? Adebaware could do that. And he already, for a full, has 81 impact block. So hell of a free agency, fellas. It's now time for the draft. Okay, we're gonna go right to the end of if I keep just slowly going through it, we'll never get to the end. So we have our whole class here. I don't know why, again, it's not showing the lower rated guys that we signed. Feel real good about this class, fellas. And you throw in Kyle Pitts. What do you mean his future hangs in the balance? Okay, there we go. All right, we got Kyle Pitts locked in for the next 3 years. He's happy. He's motivated. And I think if he's as good as I think he'll be, those dev traits we're going to get him back to that X factor that he was a couple years ago for the Falcons. Let's see, mock draft 5. We are currently number 3. Number 3. And that has Adrian Anthony, the 6', 398-pound wide receiver who ran a 4.51. I like that acceleration. 8 catch of traffic, 8 catch. I'm not really looking for a wide receiver. We probably going to be, of course, the Jets are picking first. Of course, it's the all the A's quarterback that they are interested in. I mean, we got to crush this, fellas. I apologize in advance. I think most of you guys are sickos, and we're gonna have a good time trying to look through these players and get the ultimate min-max short list, because we're not going to be able to take advantage of the spoiler cheese. I think it's going to take a little bit more time, though, to find our studs. We're not just looking for one thing now. We got to evaluate the whole process. We have the combine results here. Let's just see what we have out of the quarterbacks. I had 3 quarterbacks favorited up. None of them particularly great athletes. Abdul Canran, 4.54. First in the class. Running backs. We get any freak athlete running back? We have a guy that didn't attend the combine. That sometimes is interesting. Armon Wilson from Wisconsin, but he's a power back, so probably not a freak of nature. Look at the sub 4.5 guys. We got any like powerhouses? Vaughn Bradshaw. Tell me that. Vaughn Bradshaw at Charleston Southern. Tell me that doesn't scream like, that's a guy. 4.3 out Chad Key from Kent State. Was that Dree Archer? Was Dree Archer Kent State? Marco Colon, the first round. This guy looks pretty good. A ball carrier, a break time. I mean, I don't even know why we're looking at running backs. We're not drafting a running back, but I'll get one later. Wide receivers. Fastest one is Ian Abraham from Minnesota. C deep route running. 4.35. That sucks. We didn't get a fast guy. Who's the tallest and heaviest quarterback? Well, see what we got here. Not really. We don't even really got any big boys. Like this guy, probably. Joey Bart at 6'6", 230 for rounding up. We got a couple nice quarterbacks here, though. Barrett's a first, second rounder. Ross is a first, second. This is going to come to the point, fellas, where it's, do we not get a quarterback this year because there's not a round 1 talent quarterback? There's not a top 5 true talent quarterback. And go with Malik Willis for another year. Like, that might be the harsh truth we need to decide on here today, this as a community. Like, do we want for this Dolphins franchise, when we get our quarterback, for it to be the quarterback? I don't think we've ever had a generational quarterback. We've had good quarterbacks, we've had superstar dev quarterbacks, but we've never had and I know they exist, like that 83 rated. Sometimes you get the quarterbacks that have 92 speed, 95 throw power. I've never had that quarterback. Do we wait for that one and go for another year with Malik Willis? Because I didn't hate playing with Malik Willis. Perfectly fine for one more year if we had to go Malik, but we'll have to decide on that. This guy, UDFA 4.38, had a 39-inch vert. Afrani Crowther from Mizzou. Tight end. Don't really need a tight end anymore. But I did heart. Look, I actually ended up hearting the 2 fast guys. Shocking. Just go by the guys that have. And look at this guy. This guy was down there. Kyle Douglas. A run block. Doesn't have the elite strength. That's what we were waiting on. So he actually might not be that good. And then we had the 2 athletes. 4.58 on Jerome Shepard. 8 catch in traffic. Vertical threat. Elite speed. Jumping. Acceleration. Especially more so because he's a day 3 pick. Someone like Clifton. Looks actually really damn good if we needed a tight end. 6'6", 250, Arizona State. Triple B's, A in catching, and he has 4.6 speed. That guy is probably pretty good. For tackles, what do we got for bench? Any freak bench numbers? Ramon Kirksey. You love seeing like guys put up like 40. I feel like that's kind of the number there. But so no number sorting by bench press. I mean, that guy looks pretty. This is probably, shocking. The guy that's up there is probably not the best. I don't really see any generational guys at left tackle. We're good at left tackle. Again, why are we need guards. That's what we need to look at. We have just so guy with a 5. Hey, man, some advice. Sort by bench presses on linemen and sort by awareness for most part. Make sure the quarterback has at least B awareness. I think a lot of those top quarterbacks have the B awareness. B on McIntyre. And don't know on Barrett. I assume it's probably pretty close to B. A on Nick Ross. A on Leon Barrett. Okay, but guard. Guard is like the first position after quarterback that we need a guard. So if we can find a guard, schematically we're looking for power, which should align with bench press. What? Top guard with bench press is an agile one. Foster. Are you kidding me? That's bullshit. All the top guards that have bench press, are agile archetype. In what world is that the role that you get? This guy looks ass. Lavelle. C and B, not bad. This guy, I'm going to probably put a heart next to this guy. Ain't mad at it, and he's a scheme fit for whatever that's. So Bradley Bailey will get one. What do we got at center? Ooh, couple powerhouses here at center. Jay Perkins, Iowa State, day 3 pick. Not bad. Graham Hayden, 29. Nope. We're not drafting the first round. We have Aaron Brewer. But this is more so like centers that could play guard. Of course, it's just the top one. So, Cordova, day 3 pick. A, impact block. D, pass block. Highest potential. C, for run block. Nope. I had one guard I heard it. Mateus Saucedo, because he had A, pass block. 30 bench press. We're going off of rating there. Ooh, there we go. Gabe McCormick. Ooh. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'll get both of them. There's a guy. There's a name. There's our first, we might draft him early. Gabe McCormick, Michigan State, 6'4", 344. A, B, B. Run block. I'd like to be optimistic. That could be a B behind there. There we go. Finally a name. Air swoosh. Pass block footwork is what we're looking. Okay. We'll look at bench press here just while we're looking. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, round 1, of course. No chance. 40 reps on the bench press, though. 37. In terms of value, what do we look like? Darren Columbus. Ew, double Ds. The worst type of double D. The only time double Ds wouldn't look good is when you're looking at linemen. B, run block on Ben Schwartz. He put up, whoa! Hey, what are you saying? You're saying pass block finesse. Is it A rating? I'm telling you right now, Ben Schwartz is getting a little heart next to him. I think that guy looks pretty cute. Okay, let's see what the comms here from Swoosh. If we can get B or A pass block, they're going to be good. So let's see if there's any value pass block guys. Probably not. Ooh. So I'll say I had a heart on. Heart on. Guys, I had a heart on him. Okay? Heart. He has a. Don't know there. Lance Southward with A pass block. What's his bench press? 35, man. Okay, Southworth. This, I mean, Swoosh could be onto something. A is telling. B could be, okay. I'll tell you right now, that guy can get it, you know. Hey, the more day 3 guys that we can find, I got a lot of day 3 picks. So this is not a bad thing. We got an A on Brendan Fraser from The Mummy. That Brendan Fraser? I mean, he's the second. I mean, he's going to be gone. He's the second left tackle. Day 3, Medlock, Watts. We already hit it on McCollum, right? This is the guy that we're looking at. What's his bench press? 30 reps. Medlock and Watts. 32. 23. So I'd say Medlock. I'll put a little heart on Medlock. The Schwartz is with me, yes. All right, offensively, we feel pretty decent with our board here. Go by position here. We got our quarterbacks, we got our wide receiver, we got a couple tight ends look good. I love that. Day 3 linemen. Ooh, we need those. That's what we need. Call the Jets where they want. Okay, let's go. Let's get our defenses favorited up here, and then we'll have to have the elephant in the room conversation about what the hell we do at quarterback. So defensively, pass rusher. We have Aldridge. Yeah, not the best. Winter. Not terrible. A little more interested in Xavier Winter in this situation. We do have a couple guys that are 100% scouted. I don't think we have any gems or anything like that. Let's get some combine numbers here. 4.6 on Winter. Jesus, man, I'm telling you, this is very similar to college football. If you guys have played a lot of both games, D tackles are like better athletes than most of like the defensive ends, in my opinion. Andy Ferguson, B finesse move, elite acceleration. I mean, that guy's a pretty good. Again, day 3, we ain't mad at just kind of getting some day 3 athletic flyers out there, so he'll get a little heart. Reed Dickinson, B finesse. Not as good of an athlete. Kitchens. Meh. Brayton. Meh. Later, Richard. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Bench press, maybe? Ooh, Pierre Cumming. I mean, 40 reps is 40 reps on the bench press. You got everything. What's his skills? Anything good? 8 on. This guy sucks. This guy's not the best either. I mean, he's not terrible, though, for like a day 3 pick, top 10, kind of around there. Justin with the 499, part of the group of guys. How you make the draft class has been around a long time. Thank you very much, man. Man, that's old. That's OG days when I had to like, hey guys, if you have a different console, can you please put my draft class on your console? Oh, those were the days. Appreciate you, man, coming and hanging out. Finesse move. Let me just check the last couple. I mean, this is what we got to do now. No real tells. You got to kind of, not necessarily needle in a haystack, but you do anyone that might have something, it's worth at least checking out. So yeah, I feel pretty good about that Ferguson guy. And then these guys are just up there. Hide picks. Right edge. What do we got here at right edge? Let's start. Combine first. We have Jennings, who's a legit round 1 scouted. We have Amaya, who's a round 1, 2. Of course, no guys. C4, you're a Raiders fan. I'm an Eagles fan. I'm a Cowboys fan. Ban Joel. Hobo Billy Joel. Ban him right now. Fastest pass rusher is Troy McCutcheon. 4.6. I mean, even then, not that great of an athlete. There's D tackles going to run faster than that. But you know what? Just because he's an athlete, we'll put a little heart on him. 4.67 on Jennings. Jennings looks good. That looks like a pretty good pass rusher. The fact that he's like this athletic and he's also like 6'2", 270. It's a unique build. Any crazy bench press? I mean, they're all the 300-pound, 3-4 guys. Man, I do wish there was some better athletes here. Okay. Power move. Easton McGraw. Nope. Jeffries. A little bit better. Finesse move, Jennings, Bennett. God damn it, that guy's not terrible. I don't like him for that price point. Gallery from Ohio State. It sucks at everything else. And then Gutierrez. How am I supposed to get excited about a 4.86 speed edge rusher? All right, D tackles. I had day 3. I thought this guy was going to be a slam dunk. Bobby Reese, 6'4", 303, A finesse, B power. I was like, I'm gonna look under the hood. All elites, day 3, 4.59. He is a better athlete than in terms of speed, every pass rusher we're looking at. So I'm still interested, even though he's not like a round 1 absolute D tackle cheese. Cal Boyer, 6'5", 298, Boston College, A finesse, B power, A tackle. Ooh, okay, there we go. We're entering the discussion of if we don't go quarterback, well, where do you go? You know, we have D tackles, but we now have an opening at D tackle. U.R. Bernard and who else? You know, we're running a lot of 3-4, 3-3-5. We need 3D tackles, 3D linemen. And Cal Boyer looks pretty good. Let's see, we have Clayton Hodge, B block shed, B finesse, B power, C tackle. He looks great. You will get a little heart next to your name. We got Lamont Truman, B power, B tackle, B block shed. Also looks fantastic. We're gonna end up drafting 6 D tackles this draft. I know it. Nelson Holiday, 6'6", 294, Oregon State. Yep, 40 reps on the bench. Little heart next to you, sir. This is like when you're a kid in school and you give out Valentine's. That's kind of what I'm doing here. Like, oh, you're how big? Ooh, you're how large, sir? And you're that fast? Now, this guy looks solid, but he looks more traditional. I don't think he's that crazy. And then we got Clint Keys, 3 Bs and an A, 6'3", 335. Ooh, not the best combine helping him out there. Now let's look at finesse move. We got a couple fellas here. Ward. That bench hurts a little bit. Bolden. Bolden will get a little hurt. I was like on the line. Interesting. Rasheem Bullard. Ooh, I mean, the bench press kind of sucks, but from an athletic standpoint, very undersized. 4'6", everything but the strength. It's gonna hurt. You're gonna cure it. I mean, that'll be just gonna prevent us from having to go look through more names again. Charles Thomas, A finesse move at 331. Wow. 4.97. I mean, he's not bad. Not great. Bobby Reese. We got Miles Wheeler, Texas Tech. A finesse, A tackle, CB, 6'4", 295. Pretty good. And obviously Boyer is a freak. Okay, and then we'll look at Combine just to make sure we're not. That is still 4.59 at 303. All right, I think we got all the athletic freaks. Markel Goings, I think we missed him. His bench press sucks. All right, Sam linebackers. Wow, there's only 2 draftable Sam linebackers. And in terms of, like, athletes, there's 3 of them. We have Frank Seawright, A-zone coverage, 5'11", 230. We have Ryan Haynes, one of the draftable ones, 6'1", 226. Elite change of direction. Elite acceleration, 4.59. Not mad at that. And then you have Mr. Jonathan Sanchez. Ooh. I like any of these guys. Maybe Haynes, 4.51. Elite acceleration. Holiday. Eh. Sort by man cover. Yeah, I tend to look at man and zone. Sam's are always going to have like lower ones. Frank Seawright does have BA. He could be, you know what? Because like at that price point too, we just brought in. I mean, that could be like, you know, late round, 7th round. Board gets real shrunk if he's still there. Take a look, but no, those Sams look. That's pretty weak. Well, I mean, I'm not going to spend too much time here at linebackers. We're really good at linebacker. Alec McIntosh, A-zone B tackle, 6'1", 236, UCLA. Carson Schlesinger region. Look at that. First in the 40, first in the vert, first in the 3-cone, first in the 20-yard shuttle. No elites. It's a little surprising. Any other fast one? We got 4.49 here on Zach Callaway. Beanzo coverage, 6 feet, 244. Elite speed, great acceleration. We got B-zone coverage. C-man, A awareness. That could be all right. You know what? That's enough to put a little heart there for you, Mr. Zach Callaway. Already a scheme fit. We got the T. Caldwell, little rich. Not going to be drafting a linebacker that high. This is going to be like day 3. We're looking for day 3 athletic linebackers. We got Jalen Golson. Not bad. A lot of C's there, though. There's no A's or B's in what we're looking for. All right, people say it's cert by catching. I mean, I'm not gonna. I didn't scout any linebackers, so I don't have much information on them. We just got that wide range. All right, what do we got here? Will linebackers. Again, finish it up here on the linebackers. I think for me, it's just athletes. I don't really care about ratings too much. If you're not a big athlete, I don't need linebackers. So we have Matt Harris. I mean, not great, not the worst. Dave Rayburn, UDFA, pass cover, and the 3rd fastest. I mean, that guy looks like he's going to suck, though. You get duped real bad on linebackers. I'll tell you that right now. Easily the worst hit rate from a guy who looks really good, and he ends up sucking. Austin Harris here, though. Goods and greats, 6 in the 40-yard dash. Pretty good agility. I think he'll get a little hurt, Mr. Harris. You got Darren Gibson, A-zone coverage, 6'1", 235, Notre Dame. Elite change of direction, decent. Elite acceleration. A-zone coverage, B-man. All right, Mr. Gibson, you also are going to get a little hurt. Junior Perry, A-tackle, B-pursuit, C-zone coverage. Not bad. I think if he's a little bit better athlete, I'd be more open-minded to it. 4.66 on Coyle. 4.55. Again, we're not going first round for linebacker. I mean, just to look at them. Trevor Minor, A-zone coverage, 6'1", 221. LSU. 4.55, broad, 3-cone. I mean, yeah, this guy looks pretty sick. We don't need it. We got Jordan Brooks. I'm not trading another veteran. To make that, I'm not also drafting a linebacker in the first. We'd have to, maybe if he's there, I'll put, you know what? He looks so crazy. If he's there in the 2nd round, a conversation could be had. I'll give you that, just because that guy looks absolutely ridiculous. This guy also looks crazy. Tucker McKinney. But he's going real early. So I would say, like in a situation where maybe Minor's available in the 2nd round, we need to, we got to think about it. Corner. So I think the only good player I've scouted within that top 5 is Devin Watkins. At corner, 6'3", 183 pounds. We missed out on Joey Porter. Triple B and an A. We were a zone defense. Now we're a man defense. How is he not a scheme fit? Oh, he is, sorry. This guy's, pretty good. 4.31, 40-inch vert, broad, 3-cone, 20-yard shuttle. It's just corner and D tackle early, which are conveniently the two other positions that if we don't go quarterback, Watkins and that top D tackle look pretty crazy. There's always good ones late. Like, if you really, really wanted to wait, like, you can find good ones late, you know? And this is not a great class for corners. These guys are, this guy Barnett actually looks pretty good. I looked at Dawson just because he had A-zone, but now that's before we changed our scheme, so he's not what we're looking for. This guy, what do we got? DeAndre Bryan could be a man. B-press, B-zone, 6'3", 194. Looks, enough to put a heart on him. But it just looks like a weak corner. There's for sure, I don't think, like, that crazy corner that we found a couple times in our rebuilds. I'll say that in this year's class. The question is, will there be one next year where it's like, oh, man, I wish we drafted something different and didn't go corner in the first round of our first offseason? A tackle was a good, led us pretty well last year. There's just not really that. It's Watkins or bust, I think. Safeties! The only safety that I had a hard on was this guy, Luis Alonso, because he had B-man coverage. 5'11", 223. Not a bad combine. Round 3 round. We are always looking to get better at safety. Does not look like there's a crazy class at safety. Maybe there's a better athlete here. But look, we're almost done. We're almost ready to get into draft time. Or we're almost ready to at least have that conversation that we need to have. The fastest one here is Rich Green out of Troy. C tackle, we don't know what any of his coverage ability is. First, even just ends up being a special teamer. He's by far the best athlete here, so we always like to give athletes a chance. I don't want no 4.5 speed safeties, if I'm being honest with you. Then what do we got over here? 4.44 on Shaq Jordan. He looks pretty good, but the other guy looked as good and was a UDFA. I wouldn't have to use a big pick. Stephen Terry. This does look like, I apologize that the Madden gods did not bless us with a cracked first class. Ooh, look at this. Willie Woods has B-zone coverage. Ooh, this guy could be something. I like the letter grades on. Okay, I like this guy. Day 3. There we go. We got at least a safety we liked. And then kicker, punter we signed. We need a long snapper. And I'm telling you right now, you just go with the heaviest long snapper. Oh, and of course, there's 2. Josh McDaniels. Pretty funny if we drafted, or if we signed Josh McDaniels as our. We have Matthews and McDaniel. Oops. It won't even let me favorite a long snapper? Or do I have too many favorites? Either way. All right, they're both tied. They're both literally the same size. Before we get recording, we have a decision to make, fellas. We're looking at the final mock draft. We got McIntyre, the top quarterback, the all-A quarterbacks going 1. And I think we kind of like, if we don't go quarterback, we either want Cal Boyer at D tackle, or we are looking at Watkins at corner. Watkins is the only guy that's available at our spot at 3. If we want the D tackle, we got to get Boyer. If we want it on paper, the top quarterback, we would have to trade up for sure. I want to know what you guys think, and I'll think about how I'm going to phrase my opinion here. Because if we're in the business of taking what the board shows us, Devin Watkins is the guy. Top 5 talent, and he checks off the box. He's not just a top 5. He's like, well, yeah, you know, the combine's not that good. I don't love the fact that he has good acceleration. You always want to see that stuff be elite. But, like, Watkins is to the standard that we set, Watkins is a guy that we pick. When we look at the quarterbacks, we got 3 draftable quarterbacks, I think. We have Dylan McIntyre, who has 4 A's. That's good. That's not uncommon. I think a lot of drafts have quarterbacks that have 4 A's. Not a lot of quarterbacks have 4 A's. Well, you know what I'm saying? It feels like there's always 1 or 2 quarterbacks that kind of look like this. It's then like, what else do you do for me? And then you look at it, it's like, okay, you have good throw power. So he probably has low 90s throw power. Throw power is difficult to upgrade. We already struggle with the deep ball with Malik Willis. He's not an athlete. He's just like kind of like an average athlete. It's not a good quarterback class. Let's just kind of put it this way. I feel like McIntyre would be like 73 star dev with like low 90 throw power. Good accuracies, but I'm not moved. And then if you look at the secondary options, Nick Ross, A deep, A short, doesn't have the 4 A's, but we get our elite throw power. So he could have 94, 95. I think 94 is the minimum threshold to get. So like 94, 95 throw power. He could be fine. Like that, you know, yeah. Or we also have Leon Barrett from Hawaii. 3 A's instead of the 4. But 3 A's, and you know, that looks pretty good. And then from an arm, he is good. I saw the elite strength, and I was like, oh, wait, hold on, fellas. He's the best athlete of the bunch. Leon Barrett, where's he going? That might be just a question to have. Is if like Barrett's like he looks as good as any of the other quarterbacks. What is the price point on? McIntyre's going 1, Nick Ross is going 7, Barton is going 6. Like, is Barrett getting drafted? Is Barrett a guy we could get in the 2nd round? Look, they have Ellsworth. He's going 18th to the Cowboys. Like, those guys, I was about to say that if Barrett was late first, if he was in the 20s or he fell to the 2nd round, I think I'm more intrigued by Barrett than I am any of the other quarterbacks. But they're going high. Like, there's no quarterback falling. Nick Ross, I like Nick Ross because of the elite throw power. He's going 7th. So all these quarterbacks, for the most part, we'd have to just probably take a 3. I'm at a spot where, especially later on in the year, like Malik Willis is kind of sick. It's not our guy. There's definitely the element that as long as Malik Willis is our quarterback, we still have to look for a quarterback. That also kind of makes franchise fun, right? When you're still having that chase for your QB. If we got our top quarterback this year, it kind of, you lose a little bit of something because now you have your quarterback. You have that position figured out for the rest of the series. We go Malik Willis again. That's what we look for the next offseason stream. You know what I'm saying? So, like, there's an element of, like, me personally, I'm seeing a lot of people saying, get the quarterback, what quarterbacks you're looking for. Maybe if the mock draft doesn't hold true and one of those quarterbacks slips, I think there could be an opportunity there. But given where we're at, my opinion is that we have Malik Willis under contract for 1 more year. I think it's going to be annoying because he's probably going to have that pop up 10 goddamn times next year saying he wants to talk about a contract extension. I don't want to do that. But I think for 1 more year, I can rock with Malik Willis. I think there's no quarterback in this year's class that is going to have just base stats year 1 as a rookie that I like more than Malik Willis. None of those guys are going to have 90 speed, 93 acceleration, 92 agility. None of them are going to have that. Only one of those quarterbacks is probably going to have better throw power than Malik Willis, that Ross guy. And then the accuracies are, that 4A guy, but then we have to trade up to the first pick with the Jets, who probably would never trade that pick. Kind of roost a little bit, especially for a divisional rival. So my closing argument before I kind of look, I'll catch up through the chat. It does seem like you guys are kind of feeling not going quarterback. In this series, it may never happen. You know, have you ever seen the South Park where it's Guitar Hero and you have his Stan's dad just try to chase the dragon? That's a little bit of a niche reference, but there's definitely a couple people that might get that. I really, really want a generational quarterback this year. I might not ever get it. I haven't got it in really any. I got it one time in one, or what rebuild was it? What was the last rebuild I did? My memory is terrible. Texans? We got an X Factor quarterback in the Texans. I want that quarterback. I see all the time on X people tagging me. I see all the time on Reddit people saying, guys, look at this QB I just drafted. And it's fucking some 6'5", 230 pound, 90 speed, 98 throw power freak of nature. I know they exist. I want that as my quarterback this year. That's me. It may never happen. You know, I'm not someone that goes and will, for the sake of a video, even though I like to make it as entertaining as possible, I'm never going to go in and, you know, where is it? We're never going to juice these. I want as default of experience. But on normal, those QBs, those generations, they exist. They get populated. I've never had one in one of our series. We've had quarterbacks that we've drafted and we developed into big time guys. Our Raiders quarterback last year ended up being like a superstar near the end, and we got to enjoy that journey. I want like the can't miss guy. I want I will trade everything in my power to go get quarterback. And the fact of the matter is that quarterback is not in this class. And I like Malik Willis enough that, you know, I think Barrett, if he falls, would be interesting. I think Barrett, if he goes at 18 mock draft 5, which you could still trust mock draft 5. It's a little expensive. All right, let me record just quick recap here what we decided. We're going into the draft, fellas. Get ready. All right, here's a look at our favorites list. We're gonna look at the quarterbacks last because we need to have a conversation about the quarterbacks. So, first round, we got quarterback is a talking point right now. We have a couple top 5 quarterbacks. It looks like a decent quarterback class, not a crazy quarterback class. Adrian Anthony was the last mock draft, a first round wide receiver. We have a tight end. We're not going to go tight end in the first round, especially after Kyle Pitts. We found some really, really interesting day 3 picks. We got a lot of day 3 picks. We got some really nice day 3 offensive linemen. I think the one that's like worth talking about here was Ben Schwartz from Texas. B run block. Look at the traits. Elite acceleration, agility, change of direction, jumping, great speed, and second on the bench press. Like there's some day 3 linemen we're likely going to overdraft. So that is good. The not as good, not a particularly great pass rush class, at least, you know, in terms of edge rushers. This guy looks nice. Xavier Winter, A power move, A tackle, 6'6", 270 Ohio State. Combine, like it looks, you know, that guy looks and smells like a first round edge rusher. But like we've noticed in a lot of my content, D tackles tend to be, you know, where it's at. We got a lot of value D tackles. None of them were like, they're all kind of just crazy in their own way. Nothing really stood out outside of this guy, Cal Boyer, top 5 projected player in this year's class, 6'5", 300 pounds, Boston College, A finesse, B power, A tackle, C block shed. But you look at it, elites pretty much up and down the board, 4.76 in the 40, 36 reps on the bench press, the 3-cone, 20-yard shuttle looks special. That guy looks very much inconsistent. We have the number 3 pick. There's bad news. We will get to that in just 1 second on him. If we're talking about the belle of the ball for the class, there's 2 on paper, I think, outside of like those guys we just showed that kind of stand out. One is this guy, Trevor Minor at linebacker from LSU, 6'1", 200 pounds, A-zone coverage, elites that look pretty crazy, but I don't really think linebacker with Jordan Brooks under contract, with Rodriguez being a guy I think we should build around long term. I don't think the price point for a linebacker, even if that guy falls in the second round, is kind of expensive. But the name right now is this guy, Devin Watkins, top 5 talent, round 1 projection. We need corner help. We have Chris Johnson, who could be a corner. The fact of the matter is, we got Riley Moss coming over. Like he could do a job. We brought back Baker, who's solid. But if we're in the business of drafting the best players we possibly can find, Devin Watkins is the guy this year. 6'3", 183 pounds out of Nebraska, fits our new scheme. A zone, B press, B man, B catching, and then you look at the combine, it's like, oh yeah, that checks out. I do wish the acceleration was great. Good acceleration. Has me slightly concerned that he'll be one of those guys that has like 95 speed, but like 88 acceleration, something weird. But 4.31 the 40-yard dash, third in bench, best vert, best broad, top 3 in the 3-cone 20-yard shuttle. This guy looks special. There's a shot, if we are trying to draft the number 1 true value player, it could be him. And if it's not him, there's a chance that Boyer, the D tackle, looks really good. He's been mocked first overall throughout this save. But according to Mock Draft 5, if we didn't want to go quarterback and we maybe viewed Cal Boyer as top about, we have to trade up. He's likely going to the Raiders at pick 2. I've seen just throughout my rebuilds better looking D tackles for like that guy, the D tackle that's worth trading up for. He looks like he'll be very good. I think he's definitely a top 5 player. But the fact of where we're at 3, looking at our board, Devin Watkins makes a lot of sense, right? Like if you go look at our roster, even with spending a little bit of money to bring in Moss, like Brent's is solid but upgradable, Baker's solid but upgradable, Keith Taylor's irreplaceable, but even Moss is upgradable. Moss can just be a fun depth guy. Like we have so much salary cap that his contract's negligible. Chris Johnson is the only starter, long-term starter. Like when we get to year 3, year 4 of this series, Riley Moss, Brent, Baker, like most of these guys outside of Keith Taylor and Johnson are going to be gone. So we go get someone like Watkins, and I don't play corner ever. So the better corners I have that can do their job, that I don't have to control, the better. Makes a lot of sense to go Watkins. The counterpoint to this is we've also, this is obviously a little special world that we're creating here, but within a vacuum, you've watched my rebuilds. Sometimes you can get really, really good corners late. Not this year. This class did not have that. But the argument would be if we go something different than Devin Watkins in the first round. What if next year there's like that classic, unbelievable day 3 corner that's like a top 10 player that we're obviously going to draft if we find him. Like Bloodhounds, we'll sniff it out. But if that situation arises, we're going to be like, man, I mean, you can have 3 corners, but like, I wish we went somewhere different with this first pick in our very first draft. The counterpoint to all that is like, well, then where the hell do we go? I do not want to trade back. I don't want to get in that game of trading this pick and then having like 4 third-round picks next. You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of hate that. I think we earned this spot. We found a player that's worthy of this spot. I mean, we could trade down a little bit if we wanted to. We want to trust that mock draft 5. But then the question just comes around, quarterback. Is this the year to get quarterback? I just had a discussion with chat. Apologize to chat because I know I'm going to kind of repeat myself here. There's not a guy. McIntyre has 4 A's. 4A across key ratings is not uncommon. It's definitely good. It's good that he has that, but he's not a special quarterback. He looks like a good quarterback. Okay? You look at Ross. Key ratings, pretty good. He has the elite throat power like we like to target, but like nothing too crazy about this guy. He's an older quarterback at 23 years old. Me and Jack kind of came to question Barrett as well. 3 A's and a C, 6'4", 230, the best athlete of these top quarterbacks with good throw power. That if a situation arises somehow that the mock draft doesn't hold true and a Leon Barrett or a Nick Ross, probably won't be Ross, but maybe like if Barrett somehow, quarterbacks don't go, and he's there in the second round, I think that's a little bit more my price point. But the fact of the matter is, when you look at our roster, I did not play particularly terrible with Malik Willis last season. I think I was pretty decent. Playing on all Madden, 3,200 yards, 26 touchdowns, 15 picks, 600 yards, 6 touchdowns. I can scramble a little bit more. We still have under contract for 1 more year. I don't think there's a quarterback in this class that as a rookie would be funner to play with than Malik Willis for 1 more year. I then top that point off with, I really want a generational quarterback. It might never happen. This might be the great chasing the dragon for this whole series of me being like, well, maybe wait next year until there's a There will be a generational quarterback. One of these drafts of this whole series. I want to get that quarterback when he's here. I've seen so many quarterbacks get tagged on social media, shared on Reddit. It's like, look at this 6'4", 92 speed, 98 throw power quarterback that I got. I know they exist. I see them in rebuilds. I want one of those for a main channel franchise mode, and that just does not exist this year. So, with the power invested in me, looking at this mock draft, I believe at pick 3, we see if 6, 5, or 4, maybe even 7, wants to trade up. Watkins needs to be the pick. That is where we're going to go. Are we all right with that? But see, that's exactly the thing, man. Clary wasn't a generational guy. He was just... He was good. He was a superstar. But, like, there was nothing really generational about Clary. He didn't even really have, like, a crazy arm. Draft time, fellas. It's almost 1 a.m. Get through the pro days. We'll get through this draft. And we'll be happy with the team. Time for a peanut butter cup. All right, so what I'm thinking is I like the Cubs that we just take our guy at 3. But when we look at the mock draft here, I think if one of these guys wants the pass rusher, if Washington or New Orleans offer us like their pick and then something else, I think we should be safe, that they won't just randomly go off board and go Devin Watkins. I do agree that if we end up trading with, like, the Jags, trade all the way down to 7, like, weird things can happen. I'm thinking if these guys call, we consider it. But they might not call. They might be happy with where they're at. The work has been done. The chat has decided it is now time to start the draft. Our first draft in Madden 27 main channel franchise. Not to be a bummer. I do feel like we got a weak class, unfortunately. But what we are doing, we're good with 1 and 2. We're not getting a quarterback, at least trading up to the first pick. And that is who goes. Dylan McIntyre, the top quarterback. We'll at least give him the decency to see, because this is now part of this series lore. Okay, let's go. Look, absolute goofball. What is he wearing? Is that a beanie? He's a hippie? But this guy's now, I mean, in our division, this is the quarterback that, I mean, we passed up. That guy is 40. That is a 40-year-old man that still goes to the bar on the weekend and hits on, college kids, freshmen in college. Drives a Corvette. No roof on it. Then the Raiders go Cowboyer. That is the D-tackle we would like. Now, I've determined that if Washington or New Orleans wants to leapfrog one another to ensure they get the pass rusher they want, I would trade down 1 or 2 picks. And I think that would still give us, because now it's all or nothing. The top quarterback and the D tackle that we would have wanted are gone. There's only one player left we want. We could get him. I could be tempted if Washington or New Orleans. No one's. Look at that. I mean, I'm not picking. We're not going down to 12. We're not going down to 14. Washington is like next. They would have given me. I would have if I went out and re-upped and got another tank of gas. You know what I'm saying? I might have been dumb enough to, if I wasn't live streaming, just be like, oh look, let's take the Commanders trade. 28, pick 23, pick 30, 32, pick 11. There's nothing there, fellas. Let's make history. The first pick in what is going to be maybe an all-time series when all is said and done. We did not find the quarterback we wanted. Usually when you're picking this high, it's like, well, did you find an edge rusher? If you don't go quarterback, is there the edge rusher? Is there the generational Jeremiah Smith wide receiver? None of those things. But what I do believe we have found, and I'm going to take a gamble here, that this is the number one player. If it's not something weird like a kicker, or punter, or fullback, I feel comfortable, very comfortable, that he is going to be not 5. When you get a top 5 talent, I'm going to say he's going to be at least 3. Top 3 player in the draft. Devin Watkins, 3 Bs and an A, 6'3", perfect scheme fit, elites. Again, my only worry is F injury. Are we concerned about that a little bit? We just got to get the best player. We got to get the best player. Devin Watkins is the best player for us. Do I love corner at 3? No. It's not a position, what was Delane went pick 6. But look, he looks like Miami Vice right away. He's going to fit right in. He needs to be like a Jalen Ramsey type. Come on. Number 3. We weren't at least top 5. Top 5 is top 5. Devin Watkins, Dev trait, 6'3", 96. I don't know why that thing's in the way. It looks like 91 acceleration, which is what I was worried about. 93 jumping, 96 speed, A tackle. Again, F injury, maybe a little concerning there. That, it's a weak class. 1, weak class. 2, did not for this main series want to get into that kick the can down the road. Well, I'm going to trade this pick 3 so I can get 3 first-round picks next year. And the next year's draft, we trade one of those first-round picks for 4 next round. You know what I'm saying? You get that snowball. I don't really love doing that. Kind of gets cheesy. It's probably the cheesiest thing you can do, in my opinion, in franchise mode. I want to just get the best pick. Now, the question would be if pick 1 and 2 ended up being 1 and 2. I think Boyer, the D tackle, now that we see this, he could be the number 1 player in the class. That's a damn good pick. And even if it is a weak class, we got the best possible player we could potentially get at 3. I'm not mad at it. He's going to have 26 injury? Come on. All right. I won't just sim right to our next pick. Again, we want to see if maybe one of those quarterbacks start to fall. Joey Barton. Ugh. Really? The Jags are moving on from Trevor Lawrence? I just think, in terms of opportunity costs, opportunities are rising, whatever you want to say. Is there a Sam Laporta, Kyle Pitts? I'm going to put that in the video. Just give me a sec here. So we're going in the stream pick by pick just to see if anyone falls. But something that's just interesting is with the Jags give up on Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is how much better he's going to be than Malik Wilson. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is we missed out on Sam Laporta, and in chat we're like, well, let's go get Kyle Pitts. This is just. The money's probably already staying on Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying we're going to do it this year. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But if the Jags are drafting a quarterback at 6, Does that mean that this guy's available? Something to think about. Dang, there goes Nick Ross. That was one of the core. That's the elite. That's the best arm in the draft. Goes at 7. But, I mean, there's not, again, all these teams that are drafting quarterback, we can ask the question of, do we trade for somebody? But Jacoby Brissett's gone. Obviously, the Jets, not worried about Geno Smith. The Jets go quarterback, and then at pick 9, they go Ben Amaya, edge rusher. Man, is that wide receiver that I was mocked not gone yet? I don't think he did. T-Law has a no-trade clause. Does he actually, though? Is that like an in-real-life thing? Well, that Anthony wide receiver's still there. Does he actually have a no-trade clause? That'd be the most Jag thing ever. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have a no-trade clause. We could go get him. I mean, again, I don't want to put that out there. Like, I'm not. I'm just. That's a literal brainstorm. It's not like I'm playing 3D chess and I'm thinking, guys, I'm going to end this stream by going to trade for Trevor Lawrence. It's. I mean, it's interesting. I'm going to say. I'll tell you right now. That's very interesting. I'll say if you told me to pick between, I can have. If we're doing a fantasy draft and Malik Willis is there and Trevor Lawrence is there, I'd probably go Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, damn good athlete too. And then you get the redemption storyline. I'm interested. Okay, people say trade up for Anthony. Is he worth trading up for though? Or how? More of the question: how far would you trade up? I didn't scout him. AABC 6'3". He's just not like that's not a crazy athlete. I love the acceleration. He looks pretty good, but is this guy to be better than Bell, Douglas, or Jeff Caldwell? Dansby, quarterback, round 7 is trade bait. Check the profile. It has very high awareness. Tell you what, sir, we will put a little heart on him. He will get hearted up. All right, let's just keep going pick by pick here. Tight end goes. McKinney, he was nice. Ellsworth at quarterback. Clint Keys at D tackle. Eli Meeks. Man, that wide receiver's falling here a little bit. Now 19, this is where we gotta pay attention a little bit. 19 was where that last quarterback, that Barrett guy, looked pretty good. He was going here in the mock drafts. Dak Prescott retired. There you go. Dallas Cowboys have their quarterback. I'm telling you right now, I was going to say, if that Anthony guy fell to the second round, I would trade up the first pick and go get him. He looks good enough for a guy to trade up in the first to the first pick of the second round. He goes pick 20 to the Chicago. Interesting, man. Bears go first round wide receiver. Does that mean, again, I'm just interpreting these picks as you're telling me stuff for this team. Are there opportunities? Luther Burden? Oh, no. He's their one now. I'm a big Luther Burden guy. Roma Dunze could be fun. Like if they're not going to pick up his option. Like if there's an odd and they got Parker Watt, what are they doing? The only thing, Dunze got signed already? No, okay. So like the only way to realistically interpret this is that like they're going to let Odunze, they're not happy with Odunze. And they're going to go Washington, Burden. That's stupid. You got like 2 of the same guys. Come on, Bears. I don't really think we have many other players that were expecting. I would say Winter, that edge rusher, was probably my favorite looking edge rusher. And he looks like he's going to Houston to replace Danielle Hunter. Oh, there goes Mike Cox. Mike Cox, everybody. Going to the Baltimore Ravens, Mike Cox. All right. This is what I want to do. I want to get to the second round. We pick at 3 in the second round. Is there anybody worth trading for right now that fell? We have Clifton at tight end. We have Kyle Pitts. Oh, man, if we didn't have Kyle Pitts, I'd be probably drafting this guy. For him falling out of the first round. Jared Coyle at linebacker. I don't even know why I favored this guy. Oh, because he had A-man coverage. He had A-man coverage, but he's a terrible athlete. You know, I'll keep him there, but that's not a guy we're going to draft here. Our day 3 picks on the O-line, I didn't see anybody that we want to overdraft. Nelson Holiday is the highest projected D tackle we have. He looks very good, but not standout-ish. Wheeler, Miles Wheeler, A finesse, A tackle, C power, B block shed, 6'4", 295 with that 4.65 elite speed. Check the CPU trades. Like for my picks or just if they've been making trades. And then we just have corners. The corners are still here. We don't need another corner. So, I mean, this is, again, just the nature of these bad drafts. Like this weak class. Ooh, Miner's still there. Ooh. What? Okay. That is, me personally, this is the guy I want. Because Jordan Brooks is probably the next guy that you guys are going to... I would be shocked if you guys are not demanding I trade Jordan Brooks and give him the Zach Seiler treatment next offseason. Miner looks very good. The question is, what are the chances that he goes to the Jets, who just had Demario Davis retire, or the Raiders? Do we trade up a couple spots here? I say yes, because I think he's the best player. I don't want to give up a lot of picks. I don't want to overpay for this because I really like the picks that we do have. Of course, their salary cap's garbage. And then we got to take on a player. Like I could give you a 4. Something like that, but then I gotta eat salad. Like I would do this. Look at the quarterbacks. Just give me Quinn Ewers back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Who's someone that I could just throw on here that I wouldn't? Arian Smith's fast. Like that could be funny. Like Rucker to tight end. But like all those guys are gonna like raise, like they're gonna be worth something in a trade. Like Muma? Oh, he's a dev trade. I won't do that. Don't trade up. What if I offer a 4 next year? Does that cost something? That doesn't come off their books. I know I'll be pissed next year. I'm like, where the hell's my 4th rounder? But I need to. At least it lessens how much. What do you mean? Does it take anything off? Ah, damn. No, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. All right, I just tried to make a trade with the Jets to move up 2 spots because we have one. I have one guy. Chat seems like they want him, but they didn't want me to trade up for him as much as I was planning to. Miner. I thought about Miner in the first round. 6'1", 221. Jordan Brooks is getting up there in age a little bit. I want this guy. Not like insane. Like he's not the craziest linebacker that I've seen, but I think he'd be really, really good. And I'm just like, you know he's going to go one of these picks in front of us. Tried to make a deal with the Jets. Their salary cap's in the red. They have like 9 quarterbacks. I'm not going to show you. I hope he's there. I'm going to be very upset if Miner goes, and what linebacker too. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. I want to see maybe if I can make a deal with the Raiders. Okay. Raiders. Come on. Oh my God, why are they all in the red? No. Dude, I'm sick of it. All right, every team I want, they're in the red somehow. Like every trade is just bullshit. Like, you know, like min-max. Oh, he's still there. Let's go. Pick 3. Come on down. Trevor Miner. Am I concerned about his tackling? Maybe. Maybe I am. A zone coverage, A awareness, C at power. Could there be a reason why he's falling? There could be. Out of every position I've ever drafted, is there one position that consistently has the athlete that never matches up to the rating and dev trait? Is it linebacker? Yes, it is. But for this spot, looking at our board, without having to say that we overdrafted, it's like we go Clifton. Clifton looks really, really good. But we just got Kyle Pitts. I just paid Kyle Pitts. That makes no sense. Coyle at linebacker is not that great. There's literally no one out. We have corners, and I'm not going to go double up on corners. Barnett does look kind of solid, but not for our new scheme. I had him kind of favorited here when we were with last year's scheme, which was zone. You have DeAndre Bryant, who could be nice, but there's still a little bit of blind pick there, and that's not a great athlete to blind pick. So Miner is going to be our guy. Could it be Fool's Gold? Potentially. Get it? It's a pun. But Miner, you are now, and Jordan Brooks is going to be probably the top trade comment every single time. Trade him! But we're doubling up on the defensive side of the ball. Coach Kimbo Montana loves this pick. Love that he's in full attire. Miner. Please be good. Oh, no. 89 in true value at 35, which means he has to have a dev trait. Okay. Hey. I'd rather take every day of the week 89 in true value with a dev trait than 35 in true value with a normal dev. 88 speed, 88 acceleration. I wish I could see what his agility is because the freaking clock's in the way. That's valuable information. Good pick. Not an insane pick. That's a good pick. I'm glad we didn't trade up. I'm glad we just stayed there and trusted the board. Again, it's a weak class. We want to try to get fun players. I think we're 2 fun players for 2 to start this draft. I didn't really think he was going to be nuts either, by the way. Low tackling, stuff like that. I didn't think 89 maybe is a little lower than what I was thinking, but I didn't think we were getting the guy that's going to be top 10. All right, we'll just sim to our next pick because we're at a spot I don't really think Schwartz is what's making sense, right? That's what you guys are saying. I will just kind of quickly go through these picks just because we know who we're looking for. There we go. Clifton, the tight end, goes to the Panthers. That'll be named. If you guys want, if you could jot down some of these names just at the end when we go look at the recap. Some guys that we did consider Clifton to be interesting, especially if an X factor. Then it's a what if we didn't make bits. We would have got him, etc., etc. There we go. Barnett going to the Chargers. I don't really think we have to worry a lot about those day 3 guys going here. Maybe. We're starting to see a run on those D tackles. Damn. 52 to the Bears. 54 to the Bengals. Holiday, he was favored up. Brian, the corner, going to the Broncos. We were interested there. Would love to know more D tackles to get selected. Would be helpful. Okay. What are we saying here, fellas? We got Bobby Reese, the 4.59 D tackle. It's a day 3 pick. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't really like that. Whoa, 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 whoa! Since when the hell does Y draft a player? Why is that a thing? Alonzo, if you want to go safety, he looks kind of decent, but no elites. We then get into the offensive lineman. McCormick looks nice, first in bench press. Bailey was decent. Saucedo, A pass block. Not the greatest combine. Schwartz, Chat's liking Schwartz. Ben Schwartz at right tackle. See, the issue with going Ben Schwartz at right tackle, I just moved Proctor to tackle. We got our tackles. So would this be a guy like we moved a guard? Like, I need a guard with the plan to be move bench. The plan of the plan would be, if I draft Ben Schwartz, I want Proctor at tackle. So if we're not doing that, if I draft this guy, you let me put him at guard. So that this is our lineman pick. We view him as a line selection. If you guys give me the pass to move this guy to guard, I'm a lot more interested in going, because, I mean, he's still going to be there. I think this is obviously a little bit of a reach to go get him. If we're looking at the other players that are still available, we do want to leave with a D tackle. We traded Seiler, so like the craziest D tackle of the bunch. Who's that? I think we at least identify that real quick. 3 B's and a C on Hodge. Bobby Reese has an A, B, double C. But, I mean, just when you talk about it, this is a D tackle at 303 pounds. I know he's day 3 talent. But he's A finesse, B power, 4.59. Bench press is still top 10. It's not great. I like the look of that. Or we also have Lamont Truman, who has 3 Bs. Also a pretty terrifying combine. Like, Truman's combine is about as good as Reese. And he still should be there. A little bit cheaper. Or we have Bolden, who looks like, that's a good consolation prize if we miss out on all the other D tackles when we keep waiting. Or we have Bullard, who also looks very nice. Draft Alonzo. Schwartz. Alonzo. Reese. Move up. Look for high awareness. This was the other guy at safety. See, the other thing for Alonzo would be if we go, I don't need 2 safeties. So we have Alonzo at safety, 5'11", 223. I mean, 4.55 is not great. But this guy looks good, B-man coverage. Or, because we have to get him now. If we want him, we have to get him now. Or if we don't want him, we want to wait on safety. We have Willie Woods, who has B-zone, B-tackle. Our scheme fit is zone. And his combine's like just as good. I think you may make the argument, Willie Woods, I think he looks like a better safety. So I think if we want to go safety, we want to add a safety, I think waiting on Willie Woods would be the guy. So the question now is, do we go defensive tackle, or do we go, I mean, what do we got? Southward here, 39 reps on the bench. He looks pretty good if we just want to guard and not have to worry about cheese. Or we have Medlock, who's also pretty dang good. Schwartz to guard. That's what we're doing. All right. We'll pull it. We'll pull it right now. We'll pull it and make the pick. 3rd rounder. Oop, 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 oop. Trying to make sure I get everybody that could be picked. That's probably it. All right, we'll go with this poll here. Pulled up! That is true, man. We got enough D tackles. I don't really love D tackle. All right, so this is a fucking runaway. I'm going to end the poll right now. We know what we're going with. All right, this one's on the chat. We got our board here. There's still plenty of names. They told me if I make this pick, they will not complain. about what we're about to do. We need a lineman. And I think the top lineman the fellas are thinking is this guy, Ben Schwartz, day 3 pick out of Texas, 6'4", 316. We need a guard. And I said, if I'm going to draft this guy, look at the physicals. Yep. I'm going to move. We're drafting him, and I'm moving him to guard. There's no cheese. There's going to be no negative comments that I'm cheesing it. We are viewing this guy as a guard. It happens all the time in real life, but I know Madden's a little bit different. This guy immediately, even if it tanks his rating, even if there's one of those things where he's like a 70 rated right tackle, I move him to guard and just somehow he goes down to 66. It is happening. He is a guard. He will be a left guard. Ben Schwartz, the athletic traits, A finesse, B run block, A impact block, A awareness, B pat. This guy looks outstanding. That is our pick. Poll is like 80% that this is the guy we make, but he is going to be a guard. I do not want to move Caden Proctor back from tackle to guard. I made that decision. We could, if we really didn't want to have any complaints, I could just keep Proctor, move him back to left guard, and keep Schwartz at tackle. I don't want to do it. We got it. Oh my God, has he got ice on? Is he iced out? Let's go! Let's go, chat. Ben Schwartz, day 3 tackle, ranked 26 in true value, getting him at pick 67 with a dev trait. I didn't hate this pick. I just had to make sure that if I made this one, he's a guard. We're making him a guard. If I view him as, if this guy was listed as a guard, it would be undisputed. This is our guy. You guys are good with it. We're making him a guard. What a goddamn pick. Let's go, fellas. Let's go. All right, I don't want to just sim right to the pick because I do want to see if guys go. It may make me, may make us like want to trade up. Like right now, I don't. There's no one I think is worthy of trading up. There we go, Alonzo, the safety. Someone jot that down. He was on the poll. He went pick 79 to the Giants. Like he'd be a guy, Alonzo, that if he was still there at our next pick, we'd probably consider it. Looking pretty good. Shepard, the tight end. I mean, we just don't need a tight end anymore. Lamont Truman going to the Steelers was a guy that we had shortlisted at defensive tackle. But you guys are right. End of the day, defensive tackle, we're pretty much, as a channel, I think we're all kind of good with Uar Bernard's the guy. And now we have a much bigger role for Kenneth Grant. Still as a dev trait for him to kind of pan out for us. Now, here's where we get our picks. We have 3 picks in the 4th round. 99, 102, 116. Where do we go next? Is the question. So Sato at guard. I mean, now we don't need a guard. We don't want to just. I don't hate the idea of stockpiling. Like we just go best player available. But I do think there's an element here of I think Willie Woods at safety looks pretty good. You guys think superstar? D tackle? What D tackle would we go? Reese? I ain't mad at it. All right, we got 3 picks coming up. Highest player on our board is Bobby Reese. I don't think really any of our players are going to get sniped. We got Reese here, which looks good. A lot of people like Sato at guard as a potential option. I think when we look at, Zach Callaway at linebacker, Seawright at linebacker was pretty solid. I think for sure we're going to pull the trigger on Willie Woods. I like the B zone, B tackle, B hit power, athletic, pretty good. But when you first thought that, the highest available player that could get sniped is Bobby Reese at D tackle. I think when we look at a lot of good defensive tackles, we're happy with our room, right? We traded Zach Seiler, yes. So now there's technically an opening at defensive tackle, but Bobby Reese looks pretty good. We have Uar Bernard. It's going to be Uar Bernard's room, right? So you have him, you have Grant. We got Adebaware, but More on that later. He might not be a D tackle. But Bobby Reese, A finesse, B power move. First 40-yard dash. His bench press is not ridiculous, but it's pretty good. No one else has AB. That's going to be our pick. If he ends up being like just a twitched up, undersized guy. I mean, he's athletically speaking too. He's the best athlete on the defensive line, including edge rushers. He has the fastest 40-yard dash time. I don't know all that now. How's the 40-yard dash time practical for a defensive tackle? It's not really, but he also has a finesse move. So I think this is very a traitsy pick. Bobby Reese, 141 at pick 99. We get the dev trait. It keeps on keeping on. 86 speed, 79 acceleration, 79 strength. That's not bad. I wish it was more, but it's not bad. In the grand, that's a good pick. Nice developmental defensive tackle, A finesse move, B power, B play rec, B awareness. I can live with that. That's a good pick. All right, we have our next pick. 102. What do you guys... I'm going to put a poll up here. Poll is coming. We will go 100% with the top poll. We have OG Sacedo. We are going to put in... OG McCormick. We'll go linebacker Callaway. And then I'm gonna put all these up, and it's gonna be the order. Like whatever the order is, like I think all these guys are gonna be draftable. Like I will try to draft them, but based off of like that will decide the order of them. I think we can clear the board. I think between our 4th and 5th round, I think we're gonna get everybody that I just mentioned there. All right, we'll start with Woods. All right, with our next pick, I brought the poll up. There's a bunch of guys we're happy with on this board, but I think next up, I like the ratings here of Willie Woods. B tackle, B zone, B hit power. We still have open season for safeties. Like there's a chance if Willie Woods is insane, he could earn reps. So that's really good. The combine looks good. The letter grades look good. 5'11", 199, Oklahoma looks good. We have not had a hidden dev player yet. My gut says he's going to be normal dev. Could be wrong. I hope I am wrong. Willie Woods. Let's see it. Coach loves his pick. Kimbo, Montana. Known more for his offense, but he's excited when his team gets a good defensive player. This guy, very happy. He looks like Carlton. 55 in true value at 105. And we don't miss another dev trait. There's no tell. There's nothing. There's nothing that people would chatter like, hey, C4, this guaranteed. Maybe there will be. That will be figured out at some point. We don't know. We are just can't miss season. There's a wide receiver named Tony Gonzalez. All right, what do we got for next pick? Who's next up? Sacedo? We're going Sacedo. All right, I'm going off our chat board right now. Sacedo, Gabe McCormick, and Callaway are kind of the short list. We're going to go Sacedo here. I had him start early because his that A pass block has stood out to me. Bench press is pretty good. Like he's a little bit undersized, but we want to start stacking. We want depth on the offensive line because eventually they're going to patch wear and tear, and we're going to want depth. One thing from our Raiders series is our offensive line felt like at times, now it wasn't long-term injuries, but it was like a revolving door. You almost want to be too deep at every single offensive line position. So even though we drafted Schwartz and the plan is to move him to guard, Sacedo also looks pretty dang good. Can we make it? We are 5 for 5 on hits, 5 for 5 on dev traits. Is Sacedo going to be another one? I'm optimistic, man. Anytime you got a pass block or a run block and you're a day 3 pick, you're probably going to be pretty good. You're probably going to be better than where I drafted you. 27 in true value at 116. Another dev trait. All right, we're looking McCormick. I mean, if we can get... There's Jarvis Landry, a running back named Jarvis Landry, and a wide receiver named Tony Gonzalez. All right, we're looking for... I mean, we want that guard to fall, and we want the linebacker to fall to our next pick. Uh-oh. No 5th-round pick. That could be difficult. Shit. Do you want to trade up? Do you guys want... So we lose out McCormick. That would have been the other guard. Do you guys want to trade up for the linebacker? Looking at our board right now, we got... Damn, that quarterback that had A, the really high awareness is gone. Well, I mean, there's a couple B awareness quarter. Look at this guy, UDFA, Lance Baskett. He actually... that guy could be all right. We also have this guy, Demarius Mills. He could be all right. Oh, shit, the Eagles took him. What? All right, we're going next pick. Screw this. All right, anyone we want on that list right there? No. Okay. I do want Seawright. I feel like he's also just not a good athlete. Baskett's throw power is solid. Mills' throw power is solid. So there's not a big difference here. But they're interesting. If not, I mean, now it just turns to like, are we just trying to chase the best player? Do we want to try to go perfect? Like we got Rich Green. There's your athlete, 1st and 40. We got Gibson at linebacker, A-zone coverage, B awareness, B man, pretty good combine, but we're pretty good at linebacker. Austin Harris looks decent. Seawright looked a lot better than what I thought he did. We got Bullard at D tackle. I feel like that's a guy we should just probably throw on. Bolden at D tackle also looks pretty damn good. The number 1 bench press. The number 1 bench press in the whole class is still available, which is something that you try to target. All these D tackles look sick. I don't want to have too many D tackles. And then we just had Douglas here at tight end, who had A run block, B catching, A catching traffic. I think we could add him. I think he'd be our 4th tight end. Quarterback. Bolden. All right, we'll go Bolden. All right, next up, we had a decision to be made. We still have some nice players that are available here in the 6th round, and I just looked at the quarterbacks, and there's 2 quarterbacks that are draftable. We have Lance Baskett, who has B deep, B short, A throw under pressure, 6'4", 230. Athletics, again, the draft class sucked for quarterbacks. Like, that's a pretty good athlete. And then you have this guy, Demarius Mills. B deep, B mid. Don't know what his short's going to be. But athletic speaking, the best athlete. He ran the fastest, 40-yard dash, 4.76, which is not great. Same kind of... I think we may try to get one of these quarterbacks before the draft ends. But while we're here, let's see if we continue the streak of just finding studs. And Hunter Bolden, the fact that he is the number 1 bench press D tackle, and we could always use one more D tackle. It's going to get old. I'm pretty sure every draft we're going to find a couple D tackles. We don't want to step on the toes of Uar Bernard, but that's just looking at you telling me we got to get that guy. There's no other way. We don't need to see it. 83 in true value, 179. We have not had a dev trade player. Again, another one. Fellas, we got to make a decision. Do we just only want to try to get dev traits? Mills, you guys are saying Mills at quarterback? Or do we just keep... Because I don't think those quarterbacks could have depth traits. We saw the undraftables. They rarely have depth traits. I could see that tight end having a depth trait. I could see... I don't know. All right. You know what? I'm gonna record this. I'm just gonna see. We're gonna get... Okay, we're gonna get a quarterback. You guys vote. Vote on your quarterback. Or the tight end. I mean, I feel like we can get that tight end too. I think all those guys are probably going to be available. We need a long snapper. We'll grab a long snapper. I would say in order of like intrigued, and we're not gonna get one of these D tackles. I don't want to just add 5 D tackles here. We won't use the quarterback. We probably won't use the quarterback. I mean, we're not gonna. Okay, we'll go Douglas first, and then we'll grab a quarterback. All right, we got a couple more picks in the 6th round. We're about to wave. We as a chat, like we can get players at positions that are interesting, or we could just try to have the streak of dev trade only players. We're gonna admit that we probably could try to chase down more dev trade players if we wanted to. Again, there's no tell. We've been very lucky. Or now we just kind of like, I need one more tight end. And this guy does look pretty good. Kyle Douglas, A, catching traffic, B, catching, A, run block. Now, if you remember back in the day, you wanted A, run block with elite strength. We are going to go Douglas here, and I think we're going to grab one of these quarterbacks. But officially, we are no longer just chasing dev trait players. We're at this point in the draft. We're going to need a long snapper, too. And like I know there are dev trait long snappers. I think we've done enough to say that we've good draft from a dev trait standpoint. Now let's try to get some good players here. And Kyle Douglas, 210 in true value, 184, and the dev trait streak is over. All right, who'd you guys vote on the quarterback? Basket, don't go quarterback. You think Basket's gone before we pick? I think not. How many picks do I have left? That's also what I need to see here. I got 4 picks left. All right, Basket 1 for the quarterback. All right, now that our depth trade streak is over, we're just going to grab some depth here. Lance Basket at the quarterback spot looks interesting. Chat voted. It was slim margins between him and Mills. We go Basket. 175 in true value, pick 192. No dev trade. I will be annoyed if Mills has a dev trait, and you'll see it. He'll stare you right in the face. Oh, there we go. Rich Green at 203 to the Browns. He was on our short list. We still got 3 picks left. I'm going to avoid the D tackles. We didn't see him. Let's grab one of these linebackers. Seawright, Harris, Gibson. I think Gibson's probably better than Seawright. Right? A zone, B, man coverage. Fs, a couple Fs up and down the board. And then Gibson. Well, I mean, it's kind of the same build, honestly. I'm thinking Gibson. Take both quarterbacks. I mean, we do have enough picks. And I don't love the rest of this board. All right. We still got 3 picks in the 3rd round, or 7th round, sorry. I'm just going to take the other quarterback. Why not, right? Remember, worked with the Commanders when they took RG3 and Kirk Cousins. I'm sure this will help us in the 6th and 7th round. And Mills, 176. I think he's 1 spot below I'm not gonna lie. That was just 100% chase dev trait. See if you can get it. But we have our next pickup, and we're gonna go Gibson at linebacker. He's A-zone coverage, combine, elite change of direction, acceleration. Looks pretty good. Might be able to sneak in a dev trait here. Ooh, no. All right, we need this draft to end. Fellas, this draft is not. We're going long snapper. And someone came in chat and said the undersized long snapper is the better player this year, which would be this guy, Eric Chamblin. In my opinion, it's always been the heavier long snapper. We have Dan Matthews, or we have Josh, not that Josh McDaniel, but another Josh McDaniel. But I don't know how we... Do all these long snappers... It says they have A grade, but do they actually have A grade? Because look, when you go into it, some of them have A to C. Some of them have like a high... Okay, for this guy, Matthews said A to C. Josh McDaniel, B. So he's not even going to have a chance at A for long snapper. So then if we go on the new tech that's been dropped in chat, that the smallest long snapper could be good. Like, is there like maybe like a freak combine, something from the combine that's standing out here? McDaniel was the fastest. Anyone like Chamberlain had the best bench press. Aguirre. First three cone, first broad jump. I don't know, man. Owen Phelps. Look at that 20-yard shuttle. We got to find right now, what is the tech to find the best long snapper possible? Like, we're keeping this. This is going in the goddamn video. We're not drafting a fullback. Do we go with the smallest guy? Do we go with the funniest name guy? Do we go with the fact that Josh McDaniel has the fastest speed here? I'm thinking we go this guy. Let's do it. Someone said we're going light. Let's see if the light guy pans out. I'm not going to say they lied. 106 in true value. And he has 67 long snap. All right, draft has concluded, fellas. Let's look at the UDFA free agency. Shoot. I feel like Matthews, who was the heaviest. Where's the other guy that was the heaviest? Did he get drafted already? McDaniel 64, but I would have been right. Matthews at 259, which it still is the heaviest long snapper. We just had the best and worst were tied for heaviest. And I don't even know what the rating is one of our guy got. Looking through the UDFAs here, though, we're good at kicker, we're good at punter. One thing to look for is if there's a crowd around a player, they may have a dev trait. So we will take a look. I'll say right now that Pettis has a chance at a dev trait at safety. But there's like, for me, you got to have like two things. If we're going off of crowd means dev trait, it's so hard to get these players if there's already teams bidding on them. So it's like, you almost got to look at like Matthews. It looks, 68's not bad. 91 speed, 92 acceleration. Not mad at it. There's no other teams bidding on him. There's no one here at free safety. We got any plus athletes? Nothing too crazy. But okay, that guy, Jason Matthews, looks solid. That looks like a guy that could get an offer from us. Looking at the corners. Whoa, we got a couple corners that have interest. Nick Owens, 91 speed, 89 excited, a little bit slow. Even if he did have a dev trait. Dwight Edwards looks, again, not the best. Rashad Newell, 6'1". Again, even if he does have a dev trait, not the profile we're looking for. Will linebacker, Harris, this was the guy that we were talking about. Not bad, not great. Jaramillo. Not terrible. Any crowds being formed? Ramon Manuel. 91 acceleration, 86 speed, 81 pursuit, 81 hit power, 81 tackle. That guy had a depth. That could be fun. I think maybe we might pursue that. Enter our name into the race. Not Thad Castle, Thad Branson. Okay, so there's a safety, there's a linebacker. Frank Seawright, this is who we're thinking of. Look at the, oh no, he has a depth trait. What are the odds? Frank, old Frank the Tank here. The guy that we had on our short list is the most teams I've seen interested in a player. It's some weird builds here. Look at that, 91 acceleration, but he has 81 speed. Oh, Frank. So, I mean, still 63 to depth trait. There's a lot. Don't get your hopes up, fellas. This is going to be difficult. I do not have great success rate getting these guys. Lance Atkins. Got a crowd. Looks pretty good. I mean, we're good at D-tackle. Again, just no athletes at pass rush. No crowds being formed. Offensive line. Now, this one could be interesting. Sherman. 63 rate, though. That's pretty low. Darren Columbus. 90 strength, 85 lead block. So, like, this would have been a guy that's like, all right, we're putting this guy at fullback. That guy could be good. What do we... I mean, I don't want to look at the ratings just yet. We're saving that for the best. We got one bid there on Sullivan. Center, one bid on Fox. He actually looks kind of 66 rated. Duckworth. We don't really need... Actually, I might need a center. Nothing crazy on the tackles. Ooh, Miguel Delgado at tight end. Could be dev trait with that many teams interested. Melvin Adams at wide receiver. Ooh. That's another guy. We may need to put a bid in there. At least on the couple of the Crowther, 94, 93, 91. Rodriguez, 92, 95, 91 agility, 89 jumping. Catching's not... I mean, we don't really need... Again, we got Jeff Caldwell. We got Area 51. But that guy could be... That guy looks pretty sick. That guy looks like that rating is better than... He'd be higher than a 68. Having 93 receiving, 93 acceleration, 80 catching. Okay, so I think we go on Adams. I'm not overly concerned on fullback. We have a plan for fullback. Ooh, Mr. DeMarco Bush. Could have a dev trait because there's a crowd. I do not want anything to do with a guy that's that slow. Warner, 91, 91. Nothing there. Any quarterbacks have a crowd? No quarterback has a crowd, so I think we made the right call. All right, so I'm going to put some bids in, and then we'll highlight. So I want to get in on Adams. He's looking for a 4.3. That's a... It is kind of expensive. It's one of those ones, if he doesn't have a dev trait, we'll go... I don't know, man. This guy's going to be like a bench guy. Oh, what do you mean? How about I refuse to rate? How about you're a UDFA, and I'm probably the only team that you might be able to see the field? I'll give you 90 grand more. There we go. I probably won't get him anyway. But we got Adams. I mean, that guy just has nothing good about him. I know he probably has a dev trait. There's that many teams, but like I don't even want to get in on that. So who's the other one? Center. No scheme fit centers. I mean, all those guys are kind of mid. I think we can just sign one if we really wanted to fill out our depth chart. And Sherman might have a depth trait, but Frank, man, do we go in on Frank? Manuel. We'll go after Manuel. I like the look of this guy. What's he looking for? 3-1. Which means I'll go 2.5 and 1. All right. And was that it? I feel like there's a safety we liked. This guy? Frank? You guys are thinking Frank? We go Frank the Tank? All right, let's do Frank. I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm so tired. Okay, 1.4. I'll give him again. I'll give him $1 million. The safety, Jason. That's who we talked about? Okay, let's see. See if we can get Frank here signed up. We haven't even looked at our draft class yet. Jason Matthews. This is where I just want a low ball. 100%. I'm just going to like whatever this thing is. There you go. 1 year. Oh, come on. This works. The structure works. I'm not giving you anything else. 1 year rent. End of the day. Hometown discount. Come on. I'll give you, what do you want? You want more contract? I don't have. Okay, I'll give you 40 grand more, and it's 2 years. Jesus Christ. I'll give you more 100 grand, or 100 grand more. Come on. Okay, let's go. All right, we ran around the UDFA free agency frenzy. Got a couple guys we're targeting. We got Jason Matthews at strong safety because these guys are technically going to be part of our draft class. So we're going to look at these guys first. So Matthews, 92 acceleration, 91 speed, 71 zone, 76 pursuit. Looks pretty good. There's no other teams bidding on him. We're also taking a look here at Melvin Adams at wide receiver. Now there's a crowd, which means it's going to be difficult to get him. But he looks pretty good. 68 rated wide receiver. Good speed, good athleticism, pretty well-rounded. We got Manuel at linebacker. Again, there's kind of a crowd, so it might be difficult. 86 speed, 91 acceleration, tackle, hit power, pursuit, all 81s. We had Frank Seawright, who I'm bummed to see that there's a crowd, because when there's a lot of interested teams, it tends to, kind of relate to a dev trait. And we had him on our short list for guys that we wanted to draft. Let's see if we can get any of these guys. All right, well, Frank had a dev trait, and he didn't pick us. Brutal. Did we get any of them? Manuel did not have a dev trait, so he didn't pick us. I'm fine with that. We did get Jason Matthews, normal dev. We missed out on Adams, who had a dev trait at wide receiver. So it's not a 100% hit rate. And also, we talked about the long snapper. My meta has always been go with the heaviest one. The heaviest one was the best one. But, all right, we got Matthews, so we get a 66 normal dev safety. Now it is time, drum roll, because it's almost 2 in the morning. Let's get our draft recap, fellas. I'm ready to send this thing home. Are you ready for the dev trait? Super late. It is time. We got to record this. We got to get live reactions. It is time to look at our dev traits. What we are going to do for this video and for the stream and stuff like that. We're going to look at our draft recap. We're going to look at a couple of the players that we passed on, and that will do it. But here we go. We had so many dev traits. Does that equate rating? Let's look at this. Devin Watkins, 3rd overall pick, 79 rated with a dev trait, which we're optimistic that dev trait's going to be pretty good. Red zone jammer, play ball, showboat, big hitter, QB commit. I don't know. I'm sure someone's going to figure out what these traits mean and how they could relate to under the hood special information. Look at this guy. Stud. You know, faux pas getting a corner, 3rd overall in the draft, but when they look like this and they're built like that, we got to change this number, absolutely. Then we got Miner, who's on our short list. 70 rated, but does have the dev trait, 88 speed, acceleration, pursuit. Fine. Doesn't need to see the field right away. This is a guy that will be able to learn and be a successor for Jordan Brooks, and long-term, maybe Trevor Miner and Jacob Rodriguez at linebacker. We get Schwartz, 75 rated tackle, 89 strength, 86 lead block, 87 impact, awareness, athleticism. Now, we've all agreed he is going to be our left guard. So I don't know what that's going to do with his rating, but whatever it does, we've already accepted it. And he comes in, and I do that. We drafted a guard. Don't care. We drafted this guy on the premise that he's a guard. We move it without looking. Ben Schwartz. There we go. And actually a better scheme fit. Closer to being a scheme fit on our team, even though we're not necessarily chasing that. Then we got Reese. Always going to be a project player. 67 rated with a dev trait. 86 speed. 79 acceleration. 76 power move. 74 finesse. 79 strength. 75 tackle. 86 hit power. Looks good. I mean, the question would be made, do we keep him at D tackle? Do we move him to end? But the fact that we got like almost like another Uar Bernard, you know, he's not in the same class as Uar Bernard yet, but he looks good. Then we got Willie Woods, 73 dev trait safety out of Oklahoma. Not really a scheme fit, but I mean, that guy looks sick. 88 speed, 92 acceleration, 78 zone, 71 tackle, 75 pursuit, 82 hit power. Need to work on that man coverage a little bit. Willie Woods looks very good. We got Saucedo, who's, you know, if we didn't already make the agreement of making Ben Schwartz a guard, Saucedo, I mean, Schwartz is 1 point better, but a 75 dev trait there for Saucedo. We got our, Mekhi Becton is that guard. Saucedo, we might have to make a tough call with Mekhi Becton. Saucedo might be better. It might make way more sense to play him. Now, we are a team that likes to run the football. Saucedo with 65 run block could be a little bit of a problem. Like, it could be a perfect situation for us to keep and have maybe Mekhi Becton be the starter, and then every time Saucedo gets an upgrade, we hope and pray to your Tim Tebow's out there that we can buff that run block up a little bit, because that is not what we're looking for. We got Bolden at D-tackle, 71 rated. I did not see Bolden. Got great athletic profile, actually being a higher rated than Reese, and that's exactly what happened. Glad we had both. And then we get into, unfortunately, the rest of the draft. No dev traits or anything crazy like that. We get Douglas and Basket, 65, 66. But everybody in chat that voted Basket, he was by 1 point. Basket's, never mind. Douglas, it's a late stream. We fueled up. Douglas, the tight end, 65. Actually, nothing special. The quarterbacks were almost identical. No one won. Basket, 66. Mills, 66. Probably both getting cut. Maybe both get stashed on the P squad. I guess Basket being a year younger could be the tiebreaker. Gibson, 62. Even though he has 91 acceleration. That's a guy you just put him out in special teams and let him be an absolute demon. And then I went with chat suggestion to go with the undersized long snapper, 69 rated. If I would have trusted my gut, I might have got the 75 rated long snapper, but that is neither here nor there. So what we're going to do very quickly, we're going to kind of look through a couple of names in chat. We're going to look at a couple of guys that we could have got. The situations were different. And then we'll be able to wrap up the off-season video and stream. Again, it's 2 in the morning. I got to be up in 4 hours. All right, what were the names, fellas, that we got to look for? Oh, right here. Oh, no. We don't start with a good one. Callaway was on our board at linebacker. Oh, no, fellas. No! Oh, who did we draft instead of him? 4th round. It was Woods. Saucedo. We went Saucedo. 75 dev trait guard over Callaway. 74. So he's 4 points better than Minor. Better athlete than Minor. Oh, no. No. Okay, we got... No, just be star. Okay. That's a miss. That sucks. It's not the end of the world. Damn it. Alonzo was another one. Luis Alonso at safety was another guy that we had high on our list. 74 normal dev. We had the quarterbacks. Joey Barton, which we're not going to do anything this stream, but it's probably going to be the question we're going to leave with. Is there a chance that a quarterback could be on the move from the Jags? Are we interested in Trevor Lawrence with them drafting Joey Barton? Legendary goon from the English Premier League. Star dev quarterback. But is Trevor Lawrence available, and should the Dolphins be interested? Oops. Oh, there we go. Damn, look at Meek, 77 rated wide receiver. Quarterback one, Dylan McIntyre, who had all the A's across the board. 91 throw power, 83 deep, 86 mid, 84 short. We said we want to wait for a generational quarterback. If he has superstar, if he has X factor, just a star def, okay? Clifton at tight end. Clifton at tight end was another player. When it got to the second round, looked pretty good. If we didn't get Kyle Pitts, this could have totally been a selection for us. 74 with a normal dev, going to the Panthers. I did have that. Southward. Was that a guy that we had? Michigan State? I feel like he was on a short list. He looks good. I think Dansby was the A awareness quarterback that they got a shout that we missed out on. Okay, nothing there. All right, here we go. Boyer, that's a big one. The man that went number 2 overall. That was our maybe number 1 target ahead of the corner. Like, if I had the corner and Boyer, I probably would go Boyer just because D tackles, I could user him. Oh, 79 rated. Please be star dev. He's going to be, I'm going to say he's going to be superstar. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we never had, it wasn't like we had a trade in place. It wasn't like we even opened up the discussion. But it was something we could have done. Dang. Damn it, boys. That was, I mean, we were never really close to trading up for him. It was just kind of like, oh, he's going 2. We might as well just stay at 3 and get our guy. But damn. Damn. You know, Ron Simmons. That's a Ron Simmons damn. If I've ever... Oh, we got Mike Cox. Mike Cox. Shout out. There's some ridiculous things. There's a wide receiver, Tony Gonzalez. I think the Steelers drafted someone. Look at this guy. First round pick. Replacing Tyler Linderbaum. The Ravens go, Mike Cox. You think they gave Mike Cox a dev trait? Superstar, I meant. Jennings was a guy that we had on our short list. If we went pass rusher, Jennings was probably the one that looked the best. He was the best athlete. Star. I think Weaver was the other one I wouldn't mind taking a little look at. Holy Christ, look, the Seahawks had a lot of picks. They had so many picks, and not really any of them were guys that we wanted. Bullard, I guess, was on our short list. Normal dev. Truman was a guy we were talking about. Normal dev. Oh, yeah. I'll put that in there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to introduce Jarvis Landry, running back of the Steelers. Jerome Shepard was on our short list at tight end. He was the best athlete tight end in the class. 76. Ooh, 77, sorry, with a dev trade. I like the process. Like, we had a lot of these studs were identified. I haven't seen a guy yet that's been, like, a miss. Like, that guy wasn't on our board. The Bears had a good draft. We had Miles Wheeler on our board, 75. And the mock drafts had us taking Adrian Anthony. He fell a little bit. We had a conversation. Do we trade up for the wide receiver? We kind of went, nah. 91 speed, 94 acceleration, 86 catching, 83 catch of traffic, 85 spec catch, 91 agility, 91 jumping. This guy looks, I think he's 6'3", out of the U. Could have been a local guy. What's the dev trade? This discussion was had to trade up. Only a star. Still a hell of a player. Would have been worth the trade up. Holiday was on our short list. Dev trade. Wasn't really, though. We don't need to look at every single guy. Like, there was a couple misses. A couple guys that we really, really wanted. Brian was scouted. Ooh, we did have him. The other corner, just on the topic of corners, we had Brian. He was the one that we had the least amount of information on, so we decided to go with our corner. Almost as good, and he was way cheaper. And the Broncos get a start F77. Ooh, Winter, just normal dev. Glad we didn't go that direction. Jimmy Dawson was the other corner that we had. Normal dev. So those guys definitely stood out a little bit. Gabe McCormick at guard, 73 dev trade. Ooh. We took, this is the guy we took Saucedo over. Just a star dev, can live with that. Tony Gonzalez. Nick Ross. I think is that the last guy we're going to look at? Nick Ross. Barnett. Looks good. Good draft for them. Oh, we had Bailey also was on our short list. Dev trait, Brady. I mean, again, yeah, it sucks we missed out on some of them, but they were on the short list. These were guys that we consider. Look, Aldra's a top. I mean, just a weak class in the first round. Not much else you could say. Barrett at quarterback. We'll look at him too. All right. We'll finish that out. And then we have the two remaining quarterbacks that we thought about. We had Leon Barrett goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Dev trait. He was probably the one that was the most, like, if he fell a little bit, maybe we'd trade up for. With Dak retiring, that kind of became a star dev. So there's yet to be a dev trait quarterback from this class. We got to go look at the Cardinals quarterback that was above a star. So far, maybe we made the right call. Nick Ross would have been the quarterback, I think. That if we stayed, we were never going to trade up to 1. He had the elite throw power, 94 throw power. But that's on the lowest end. I think 94 is like the bare minimum that you could have to get classified with elite. So we would have just had barely an elite throw power quarterback. What is the dev trade on this young man? If it's star, it makes me feel good that we decided not to go after a quarterback. And we almost end this thing with Trevor Lawrence, question mark? Wait. Titans. What? And then try to find, like, the pound for pound who won the draft. The Titans drafted an 86 strong safety, Brian Lewis. 99 hit power, 91 acceleration, 86 speed, 82 zone, 3 tackle, 88 pursuit, 78. Oh, my God. And I'm going to assume that, well, we drafted the number 3 player. Who the hell was better? It's probably this guy on the D tackle. The hell? The Titans out of nowhere. Was that it? Was that the best? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, Anthony. 5 was Wilkins at tight end, or a tackle. All right. There's the draft. We will go to the next week. Let me free agency frenzy. Oh, great. We have freaking 2 guys that are getting cut, getting scenarios here. That's awesome. All right, fellas, that will do it for the very first Miami Dolphins offseason stream. I appreciate each and everybody that came and hang out on the stream. If you're here on the stream right now, hit that like button before you leave. Thank you very much for coming to hang out. This went way long. It is 2 in the morning on a Monday morning. I apologize to anybody that has to get up in a little bit. Thank you for coming to hang out. An iconic start. Knowing that there's no more cheese, there's no more tells that we may have used to our advantage in years past. This was straight, raw, finding players and bringing said players in. And we had a outstanding draft. We might have 2 new starting guards. We got ourselves a new starting tight end. We got ourselves a pretty scary defensive tackle. We got ourselves a man that is going to walk in and be one of the top rookie corners the league has ever seen. We got a project at linebacker ready to understudy Jordan Brooks. There will come a time that will make sense. We got Woods. We're feeling good. We're feeling great. You guys absolutely crushed it. And what we need to do now is get ready for year number 2. So with that being said, fellas, thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back. What day? I have no. What day is today? Today is now. It's now Monday. You will be seeing this on YouTube Monday, and it might be. I don't know. I don't like that. Wait, it might be Thursday. Thursday is my next available day to upload. The next, I might move some things around here. I think the pit rebuild might be able to wait a little bit. So probably Wednesday, we'll be back with episode 1 of our second season. We will go through the preseason. We'll probably quickly go through the preseason, and we might get a couple games into the regular season. So that will be a great time. Make sure you guys don't miss it. Again, thanks to everybody that tuned in for the stream. Very much appreciate it, guys. And I'm going to leave you with just this one question. And I am genuinely not leaning one way or the other. I'm perfectly fine with Malik Willis as our quarterback this year. But the same way we took advantage of losing Sam Laporta to the Falcons and then sealing Kyle Pitts, the Jacksonville Jaguars drafted a quarterback. This is their guy. Trevor Lawrence is here. You know? Clearly, one of the most hyped college quarterbacks since Andrew Luck. Has some great stats, better stats than Malik Willis. Has scrambling too. It's not like we've just like, oh, well, you can't scramble anymore. Yeah, you can. Redemption arc, it is there. It'd be very expensive. I have no idea what the price would be. My question would be, I don't know if we can get an early sniff test of when we get into week 1 and when we generate the draft class. If there's like, oh, shit, there's not a generational guy here. Because that's what we want. We're chasing that. I don't know if we'll be able to get that sniff test early enough. But we'll pose the question and the longer we wait, the longer someone else might come and trade for him. But between this episode ending and the trade deadline, is this a scenario we consider? Because I feel like it would probably cost us our first round pick. But if there's no good quarterback, I don't know. It's the price could definitely scare me away from even just the idea, but it needs to be talked about. Ball is in your guys' court in chat. Ball is in your guys' court in the video comments. That will do it for me today, guys. If it's your first time stopping by, don't be afraid to hit that subscribe button as we are getting very close to 190,000 subscribers and then towards the bigger goal of 200,000 subscribers here on the channel. So I'd love to hit that this cycle of college football 27, Madden 27. We got a bunch of content. I got college football rebuild coming next week, Madden rebuilds, Dolphin franchise. You're not going to want to miss it. That will do it for me today, guys. Thank you for watching. Until next time, it's your boy C4 saying peace out, love ya. Have a good one. We got Wally West, C4 is a hidden dev player, has the label project player. Their dev traits always star. Their dev trait label says rising star. Oh, no. Rising star or... No, don't tell me that's a tell. Don't tell me that. Thank you very much for the dono. And I'll have to double... I don't know. The label. What do you mean the label? What do you mean? Just to see. You might be onto something. And you know what? At least that's not a tell. You know, if there's a tell after, it is. We won't look at dev traits, but we'll let you guys know if that tell is true from Wally. Thanks you for the 10. You guys have now seen that we might have something. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. See you guys back here on the next off-season stream. Love you guys as always. Thanks for hanging out. Needed a good hangout sesh.